Chapter 33:20. In the sacred fire mountain, everything was calm. The white magma seemed to have completely frozen, like a mirror. The sacred flame, heavenly lord, and the heavenly fire, sacred phoenix, had become two corpses, and their souls had been taken by Chunzong. Refine. Chunzong immediately used the bloodline refining secret art. Wisps of blood spread out, turning into a bloody light that sprinkled on the heavenly fire, sacred phoenix's corpse, immediately refining its bloodline. The heavenly fire, sacred phoenix, was a beast, not a celestial being. Therefore, it was different from the celestial being. A celestial being at the celestial being level would have their bloodline essence integrated into their souls and could not be refined. However, beasts were different. When they advanced to the celestial being level, they would not condense their souls, but their bloodline would sublimate, and they could still be refined. The heavenly fire, sacred phoenix, was at the celestial being level, and its bloodline had been raised to the extremity level. After it was killed, some of it was lost. Therefore, the bloodline that was refined was at the top level. Not long after, a mini dragon appeared in Chunzong's hand. The heavenly fire, sacred phoenix, about 2 fingers long, was swimming in Chunzong's palm, emitting a strong power. The top-level heavenly fire, sacred phoenix's bloodline, was also very valuable. It was not inferior to the top-level eternal darkness tree's bloodline that he had previously obtained. With a flip of his hand, Chunzong immediately put away the heavenly fire, sacred phoenix's bloodline and soul. Chunzong immediately smiled. Now that he had obtained what he needed, it was time to leave. First, he had killed Empyrean Long River. Then, he had killed Empyrean Xinguang. Now, he had killed Empyrean Sacred Flame. However, Chunzong had not been implanted with a bloodline curse like when he had killed Shumi Yuan in the Dark Sky Empire. A bloodline curse seal was often a special technique that could not be used by any bloodline. In essence, the bloodline of the Eternal Tree of Darkness was one of the best demonic person bloodlines, and it was also an extremely special demonic person bloodline. In terms of essence, the bloodlines of Empyrean Long River, Empyrean Xinguang, and Empyrean Sacred Flame could not compare. It was a good thing that he was not implanted with a bloodline curse seal. Chunzong did not like that thing on him. It's time to leave. Chunzong thought to himself. Even though he could continue to stay and kill other heavenly souls to obtain heavenly souls and search for superior bloodlines to refine, he could exchange them for divine energy that he could not use. Furthermore, divine energy could be used to purchase many treasures and resources. However, Chunzong still felt a sense of danger in his heart. The longer he stayed here, the greater the danger. After all, the purpose of staying here was to hunt more, and the more he hunted, the more attention he would attract. If he didn't continue hunting, then there was no point in staying here. Quit while you're ahead, Chunzong said to himself. He immediately rushed out of the holy volcano and was about to leave. When Chunzong rushed out of the sacred fire mountain and flew into the distance, the white lava lake in the calm sacred fire mountain immediately began to churn violently. It was like a raging tidal wave that surged higher and higher, engulfing the corpses of the Skyfire, Sacred Phoenix, and Heavenly Lord, Sacred Flame. Rumble. Waves of terrifying rumbling sounds rang out from the sacred fire mountain. They were extremely dull, like the beating of war drums. The mighty sounds continued to spread out, rushing in all directions. The entire sacred fire mountain immediately began to shake. The Sacred Fire School, which was thousands of miles away, did not know that their patriarch had fallen. They only sensed the abnormal fluctuations in the Sacred Fire Mountain, but did not take it to heart. After all, their patriarch was cultivating in seclusion in the Sacred Fire Mountain. Any movement was probably due to their patriarch. Even if the Sacred Fire Mountain were to erupt, their patriarch would be able to suppress it. There was no need to worry. However, things were progressing beyond their expectations. Unexpectedly, for some reason, their patriarch did not take action. The Sacred Fire Mountain erupted. Terrifying white lava spewed out from the Sacred Fire Mountain and soared into the sky. It reached a height of thousands of meters before quickly spreading and falling, covering all directions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire sacred fire mountain trembled. Endless white lava spewed out like raging waves and rolled down, covering a radius of thousands of miles. It was as though a natural disaster had descended. The sacred fire school was directly impacted. Block it, quickly block it. What's going on? Where's the patriarch? Inside the sacred fire school, the expressions of the sect master and the elders changed drastically. They immediately activated the formation with all their might and personally blocked the impact of the sacred fire mountain's lava. What about their patriarch? Where was the patriarch? He had long been killed. Sword light flew in the sky. Chunzong, who was inside the sword light, suddenly frowned. At that moment, he felt his heart palpitate for no reason, as if some danger was approaching. This feeling was mysterious and indescribable. However, it was a kind of perception that originated from the depths of one's soul. It was a perception that came from the depths of one's soul. Danger was approaching, and it could even threaten one's life. Chunzong increased his speed and immediately flew into the distance. Since even he felt that the danger was great, there was no need to face it. He would avoid it if he could. After all, this was the world of the heavenly human race. If his identity was exposed, the danger would increase. However, it was a pity that Chunzong did not manage to escape in the end. A white warship that seemed to be burning with a layer of sacred flames burst out at an astonishing speed, surging through the sky. Every time it shuttled, it would directly cross tens of thousands of miles. It was so fast that even the full speed of an ultimate heavenly master could not compare with it. Chunzong was indeed very fast at full speed, but he still could not compare with the speed of the warship. Under the locking of the aura, he was also caught up. He could not escape. Since he could not escape, he would look for an opportunity. The warship flashed and directly shot out a beam of sacred white divine light from the dragon head at the bow of the warship. Its speed was astonishing, and it instantly shattered the sky and blasted toward Chunzong. An extremely strong aura locked onto Chunzong, making Chunzong feel a sense of horror. If he was hit, he would definitely be injured. Chunzong's figure flashed, and he immediately dodged. Then, figures flew out of the warship at an astonishing speed and immediately flew in all directions. As if they were pillars of heaven, their auras surrounded each other and directly sealed the surroundings. 4 of them. A total of 4 heavenly masters worked together to set up a formation, as if sealing off the sky and locking down the earth. Chunzong was in the middle of it. Chunzong looked dignified. With his super strong perception, he was able to perceive the aura emitted by the 4 figures. Heavenly masters. They were 4 heavenly master level experts. Even if they were just ordinary heavenly masters, it was still very shocking to have 4 of them. However, Chunzong was actually not worried about 4 ordinary heavenly masters. If he fully unleashed his strength, he could easily defeat them, and it would not be difficult for him to escape. Even if the opponent set up a formation, Chunzong was confident that he could break it. What really made Chunzong fearful was the figure that walked over from the warship. It was an imposing figure dressed in platinum armor. The armor covered every part of his body and was burning with a faint layer of flames. Behind him was a long cloak. That was the figure. The cloak had a red base, and there were many fragmentary golden lines on it. It looked very shocking. The cloak constantly fluttered behind him, exuding a shocking power. Chunzong was inwardly shocked by such power. Who was this? This aura was much stronger than that of Divine Light Heavenly Master. It was definitely an ultimate Heavenly Master. Who are you? The Divine Brilliance Great Emperor, who was clad in platinum armor, spoke. His voice carried a kind of supreme majesty, as if he was the ruler of the world and commanding all living things. That kind of majesty transformed into a terrifying might that directly pressed down on Chunzong. Who are you? Chunzong asked in return. How dare you not bow when you see the great emperor? An ordinary heavenly master suddenly rebuked angrily. Chunzong was shocked when he heard that. Great Emperor? What great emperor? With such power and the title of Great Emperor, it had to be the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor of the Divine Brilliance Dynasty. Sure enough, it was no wonder that he was the top cultivator of the Divine Brilliance Dynasty. His power was really extremely powerful and shocking. It was simply terrifying. Once in the Great Dark Sky Empire in the ruins of the demonic universe Epic, the strongest cultivator, there was the Lord of the Great Dark Sky. However, at that time, Chunzong's strength was far from what it was now. In the end, he was only an ordinary demon emperor, and it was still very difficult. Naturally, he could not see such a strong cultivator like the Lord of the Great Dark Sky with his own eyes. Strength determined one's level, and to a certain extent, it also determined one's experience. Seeing the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor and feeling his powerful aura, Chunzong felt a surge of excitement from the depths of his heart for no reason. It was an indescribable excitement, the excitement of seeing a strong cultivator. You dare to start a massacre in the dynasty. No matter where you come from, you must die. The Divine Brilliance Great Emperor was furious. In his anger, an extremely shocking fluctuation immediately erupted from his body. Sacred pale flames burned wildly and soared into the sky as if to burn everything. The void around him was also distorted under the burning of these pale, sacred flames, turning into a terrifying vacuum. With a boom, a flood dragon condensed from the pale, sacred flames instantly took shape. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it tore through the air toward Chunzong. That terrifying power directly locked onto Chunzong as if to swallow Chunzong whole. It was tyrannical and unavoidable. That kind of domineering had reached the extreme. It was as if everything in heaven and earth had to submit to him. He drew his sword. Slash! The sword light pierced through the air. Chunzong's forte was not in dodging, but in attacking. Attack against attack. The moment the sword light struck the flood dragon, it immediately shattered. The flood dragon paused for a moment and then collapsed directly. But in the next breath, it was guided by a mysterious force and turned into a huge dragon claw, burning with endless pale flames. It viciously tore through the air toward Chunzong. The trajectory of that claw was extremely mysterious, as if it was in accordance with some kind of mystery between heaven and earth. It gave Chunzong a feeling that he could not avoid it no matter what. Since he could not avoid it, then he would not. Slash! The sword light flashed and collided with the dragon claw. In just a short moment, they had clashed hundreds of times. Every time they clashed, there was a burst of terrifying power and sparks sputtered. Chunzong clearly felt that a terrible power pervaded from the dragon claw, as if to destroy the heavenly sword and then destroy his own body. That power was blazing, boundless, and contained a kind of astonishing, domineering power. However, that was not the true essence of this power. Its true essence was a purifying power, a power that wanted to purify everything. The purifying power seemed sacred, but in fact, it was extremely domineering and full of destruction. Chapter 33:21. The power of purification looked holy on the surface, as if it could dispel all filth, but its essence was destruction. Purification and destruction were two sides of the same coin, but their essence was the same. It was just that the aura of purification and destruction were different. To some extent, purification was more terrifying than direct destruction. If not for the heavenly sword's tyrannical nature, it would have been damaged by this overbearing purification power. In his heart, Chunzong was more and more shocked by the strength of the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor. Little did he know that the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor was also shocked by Chunzong's strength. Very strong. To think that this person was able to block his attack. Although it wasn't his full strength, this level of strength wasn't something that a peak Empyrean could possess. Judging from the might of his attack, this person in full dark golden armor should be an ultimate Empyrean like himself. Of course, the divine brilliance great emperor, was not the only ultimate heavenly venerable in the divine brilliance dynasty, but there were actually only three. One of them was the divine brilliance great emperor, and the other was the great elder of the divine brilliance dynasty. However, he had been in seclusion for many years to break through to the heavenly god realm and had not appeared for thousands of years. As for the third ultimate heavenly venerable, the divine brilliance great emperor knew him. He was not the person in front of him at all. So, where did this person come from? The divine brilliance great emperor did not continue to attack. Instead, he stared at Chunzong and asked again, "Who are you?" "My name is Supreme Heavenly Light." Chunzong gave a false name. Supreme Heavenly Light. The divine brilliance great emperor pondered for a moment, and with some uncertainty, he asked, "Did you come from the ruins of God?" Chunzong's expression did not change, but his heart trembled slightly. Ruins of God. This was the first time he had heard such a name. So combining all the information he had, he could speculate that the ruins of God must be located outside the divine brilliance dynasty. It was a mysterious and powerful place. In other words, the divine brilliance dynasty was not the only divine brilliance dynasty in this fragment of the celestial epoch of the universe. Chunzong could not help but think of the Great Dark Sky Empire. Was there something like the ruins of God outside the Great Dark Sky Empire? The thought flashed through his mind, but Chunzong did not intend to investigate further. For the Heavenly Heart dynasty, the ruins of God should be a realm that had not yet been explored, and he had no plans to explore it now. "You don't need to know that much." Chunzong's voice was cold and harsh. He replied rudely, "If you want to fight, then fight. If not, I'll take my leave." With that, Chunzong was about to leave. The divine brilliance heavenly emperor was instantly enraged. Originally, he had not planned to continue attacking because the other party was also an ultimate heavenly venerable. Instead, he wanted to first understand the other party's background and the purpose of entering the divine brilliance dynasty. He did not expect that the other party would be so unappreciative. Since that was the case, he might as well leave his life behind. Enraged, the divine brilliance great emperor did not hold back at all. His right hand grabbed at the void beside him, as if reaching into the depths of the void. The void fluctuated incessantly, like a raging undercurrent of the divine sea. A blazing ball of sacred pale flames burned incessantly, spewing out from the depths of the void. Under Chunzong's gaze, the divine brilliance great emperor's right hand pulled out a ball of flickering sacred pale flames from the depths of the void. It was a scepter, a 2-meter-long scepter. This scepter was as thick as an ordinary person's arm. Its entire body seemed to be made of white divine gold. It was engraved with countless divine runes, crisscrossing and containing endless mysteries. Every strand of divine rune seemed to explain this side of the void. The mysteries of heaven and earth. At the top of the scepter was a pale white ball the size of 2 fists inlaid. Light and shadow seemed to flow incessantly within it, like rising clouds, thunder, and lightning flashing. It was like a boundless world, a heavenly divine artifact. It was also at the level of a quasi-divine artifact. It was even more powerful than ordinary quasi-divine artifacts. The moment that scepter appeared, Chunzong's eyes focused, and a sense of palpitations involuntarily welled up in his heart. It seemed that the power contained within the scepter was already threatening him. Involuntarily, Chunzong thought of the Great Dark Sky Empire and the huge pitch-black mountain that the phantom of the demon emperor Shingu had controlled when he appeared. The eternal demon mountain. That was the demon divine artifact controlled by the demon emperor Shingu, and its power was also very astonishing. However, it still felt a little inferior to the scepter in the hands of the divine brilliance great emperor in front of him. Whether it was inferior or not, Chunzong actually didn't dare to be sure. It was just his first impression, but in any case, this scepter was at the level of a quasi-divine artifact. Its power was astonishing, and it would definitely pose a strong threat to him. With the divine scepter in hand, the aura of the divine brilliance great emperor merged with it, and his strength soared to the extreme. The The void in all directions was suppressed, and the oppressive aura also spread out. Immediately, the divine brilliance great emperor waved the divine scepter in his hand, and a layer of light suddenly spread out from it, instantly enveloping all directions and covering a radius of 10,000 meters. When Chunzong was swept past, he only felt his body sink slightly, and there was a trace of stagnation in the operation of his power. The power of the divine scepter covered a radius of 10,000 meters. The scepter left the hands of the divine brilliance great emperor and fell into the void, as if suppressing everything. Domain. The divine scepter released amazing power, forming a domain that suppressed and imprisoned the void within a radius of 10,000 meters. Waves of terrible power came from all directions, constantly squeezing Chunzong, putting Chunzong under great pressure. The waves of power were like turbulent waves, disturbing the operation of the mixed Yuan heart force in Chunzong's body, and it felt a little sluggish. Once the operation of the power of cultivation was not so smooth, it would affect the performance of one's strength to a certain extent, causing one's strength to be weakened. Chunzong's heart trembled. The power of this divine artifact was indeed amazing. It could directly cause such an effect. The divine brilliance great emperor also made his move in an instant. He took a step forward and punched out. With a boom, a terrible pale fist print broke through the air, and with a terrible power that could purify and destroy everything, it blasted mercilessly toward Chunzong, trying to kill Chunzong directly here. When he took out the divine artifact, the divine brilliance great emperor, it meant that he would no longer have the slightest mercy. No matter whether you came from the divine ruins or where you came from, you must die. The dignity of the great emperor could not be violated, and the safety of the dynasty could not be disturbed. This punch, coupled with the domain of the divine scepter, immediately brought a strong threat to Chunzong, causing Chunzong to feel a sense of fear and trepidation for no reason. Full strength. Since entering the divine brilliance dynasty, Chunzong had first killed Heavenly Lord Long River, then killed Heavenly Lord Xingguang, and then killed Heavenly Lord Xingyan and his phoenix beast, the Heavenly Fire Sacred Phoenix. But no matter in which battle, Chunzong had not really burst out with his full strength. The most power he had used was in the battle with Heavenly Lord Xingguang, where he had only activated one void aperture point. But now, when Chunzong's full strength was unleashed, streaks of darkness suddenly appeared behind him. The darkness was about the size of a bowl. It was as big as a small black hole vortex that kept spinning. One streak, two streaks, three streaks, a total of 7 black hole vortexes appeared behind Chunzong. As they spun, they emitted traces of extremely powerful and pure aura fluctuations. They resonated with the powerful mixed Yuan heart force in Chunzong's indestructible body of the universe. They were of the same origin. The 7 void aperture points formed a ring that appeared behind Chunzong and spun slowly. Originally, when Chunzong entered the Divine Brilliance Dynasty, he had only opened 6 void aperture points. But when the ancient Divine Sword armor was upgraded from the general level to the king level, it also further refined Chunzong's indestructible body of the universe. Its strength had more than doubled. This way, Chunzong could bear the burden of opening more void aperture points. As a result, Chunzong had opened the 7th void aperture point and filled it with mixed Yuan heart force. It was equivalent to having 7 times the power of his cultivation. Such an extremely powerful power could be said to be vast. It was enough to support the king-level ancient Divine Sword armor's high-intensity consumption. After all, it would recover as it was consumed. With Chunzong's mixed Yuan heart force's super-fast recovery speed, the power in the 7 void aperture points would not be depleted in a short period of time. It was more than enough to support a high-intensity battle for an hour. If he did not use high-intensity outbursts, it would not be impossible for him to hold on for a few hours. Chunzong did not intend to hold on for a few hours. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Explode. The mixed Yuan heart force exploded 5 times. A sword slashed across the sky, stealing all the light in the world. Darkness suddenly descended. Only a sword light pierced through the sky. It was extremely bright and dazzling. The array that sealed Qinzong was destroyed in an instant. The four ordinary heavenly venerables' expressions changed drastically, and they immediately retreated. It was difficult for them to intervene in such a battle. They could only watch from the sidelines to prevent Qinzong from escaping. A sword slashed across the sky and instantly split the overbearing fist print. It then slashed toward the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor. The Divine Brilliance Great Emperor's expression changed unconsciously. Under the suppression of the heavenly deity Scepter's domain, he could still explode with such power. This person's strength had definitely reached the top level among the ultimate heavenly venerables. He was not inferior to the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor at all. No, he was even somewhat superior to the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor. If he did not have the heavenly deity's scepter, the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor would not be a match for him. The premise was that the other party did not have a heavenly divine artifact. As this thought flashed through his mind, the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor dodged the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor's sword and slammed his palm across the sky. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was rampaging, wanting to smash everything in front of it. The Divine Brilliance Great Emperor had mastered many secret combat techniques and was proficient in all kinds of them. His strength was truly terrifying. His mixed element heart force exploded tenfold. With 7 void aperture acupoints as a supplement, coupled with the astonishing recovery speed of his mixed element heart force, Qinzong did not have to use any explosive power to explode with an extremely powerful strength. The Eternal Star. The shadow of an ancient star suddenly appeared, as if it had been dragged out from the ancient time and space. As soon as it appeared, it exuded an extremely heavy pressure. That pressure was ancient and boundless, and as it descended, the void seemed to be fluctuating. If it had not been for the suppression of the domain of the heavenly deity scepter, the void would not have been able to withstand the descent of the eternal star and would have collapsed directly. The Divine Brilliance Great Emperor's expression changed drastically again. The power of this attack was so terrifying that it made him feel a sense of horror from the bottom of his heart. The palm print, which was like an ancient divine mountain, instantly came into contact with the shadow of the ancient star. There was a slight pause, and there was an earth-shattering explosion of momentum. Terrifying ripples crazily rushed out from the point of collision, as if to completely shatter the void. Chapter 33:22. Rumble. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. There was only a huge, illusory star across the sky, smashing everything like a falling meteor. A huge palm print with pale white flames spread across the sky like a divine mountain, as if to shatter the 9 heavens. When the star collided with the palm print, it paused, frantically bursting out layers of terrifying ripples that raged in all directions. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the palm print. It could not withstand the terrifying power of the eternal stars and collapsed directly. Impact crushing. The eternal stars instantly bombarded the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor. The terrifying power and boundless pressure instantly suffocated him. In the face of this ancient and tyrannical shadow of the stars, the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor found himself unable to move. Even more so, from the bottom of his heart, he felt that he could not resist and would be crushed. Unprecedented. Qinzong's strength was not inferior to the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor in the first place, and might even surpass him by a little. Not to mention the tenfold explosion of the mixed Yuan heart force. That kind of power directly increased the power of the eternal stars to the extreme. If it were not for the suppression of the domain of the sky deity scepter, the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor would not have been able to withstand the eternal stars. Even now, he felt suffocated. Without hesitation, the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor grabbed the void with his right hand, and the sky deity scepter suddenly flew into his hand. It stabbed forward like a long spear, directly piercing the illusory star. This stab erupted with the tyrannical power of the sky deity's scepter, and the power of a heavenly divine artifact was fully displayed. The illusory star paused slightly and began to crack under the tyrannical power of the sky deity's scepter. After all, a heavenly divine artifact had unpredictable power, and there was an essential difference between it and a top chaotic divine artifact. Even a quasi-divine artifact could not be compared to it. The tenfold mixed yuan heart force erupted again, and a sword of Taihao rose into the sky, burning incessantly. The power of the Taihao true fire was boundless, as if it could burn the sky. Under the explosion of the tenfold mixed yuan heart force, Chunzong repeatedly displayed secret swords. Blood Azura. Under the sword, a blood-colored phantom emerged, and everything around suddenly froze, as if it was a domain. Although it was not as powerful as the Sky Deity's scepter, it also offset the influence of the Sky Deity's scepter's domain to a certain extent. Secret swords were displayed one by one. With the sword, a dark light suddenly appeared, and wisps of it diffused from the depths of the void, condensing, exuding a terrifying aura, and then attacked everything between heaven and earth. The divine brilliance great emperor kept waving the divine deity's scepter in his hand, relying on the tyrannical power of the divine deity's scepter to resist Chunzong's attacks. But his expression was extremely solemn and even more horrified. How could this person's strength be so terrifying? His explosive power was astonishing. Every sword strike was a serious threat to him. If it wasn't for the divine scepter in his hand, he would have been unable to withstand it. How powerful of the divine brilliance! Of the divine brilliance, of the brilliance of the sky. It was unimaginable. The divine brilliance great emperor became even more fearful. It should be known that using the divine scepter was not so easy. It would increase the consumption of one's own strength. Once his strength was exhausted, he would no longer be able to activate the power of the divine scepter, and the consequences would be dire. Chunzong only felt incomparably carefree. The feeling of not having to restrain his power, of being able to erupt and attack to his heart's content, was really wonderful. It was so wonderful that it was difficult to describe it clearly with words. Unrestrained, wantonly, to his heart's content. Dripping, dripping, dripping. As Chunzong continued to unleash his attacks, he gained a deeper understanding of the one-mind swordsmanship. He also gained a deeper understanding of the secret swordsmanship. Sure enough, this kind of high-intensity, all-out battle was also an excellent way to improve one's own strength. The mixed yuan heart force in the void aperture was constantly being consumed and restored, but in the end, it was a high-intensity eruption. The speed of recovery could not keep up with the speed of consumption. The four ordinary heavenly venerables in the distance were already stunned. Since when had the divine brilliance great emperor been suppressed? And when he was holding the sky deity's scepter, it was unimaginable. No one in the divine brilliance dynasty would believe it, but the truth was right in front of them. The strength of this heavenly venerable, who called himself Sword Master Tianguang, was really too terrifying. The divine brilliance great emperor's expression was solemn. He fully activated the power of the sky deity's scepter, and all his power poured into the scepter without reservation. The sky deity scepter suddenly trembled, and immediately a light shadow rose from it and manifested, turning into a human figure that stood in the sky. Endless brilliance constantly emanated from that human figure. It was as astonishing as a high and mighty god. Chunzong's expression became more and more solemn. This godlike phantom actually made him feel a terrible threat. Fleeting beauty. Without hesitation, Chunzong attacked with another secret sword. A bit of sword light pierced through the air and fell directly on the godlike phantom. At first, it was weak and seemed to have no power, but then, like a seed, it crazily devoured the power of the phantom. The phantom reacted in time and immediately stirred up all its power to destroy the power that invaded its body. Kill. As the shadow of the deity waved his hand, beams of divine light surged and bombarded Chinzong. The power of each beam of divine light was actually at the level of the full-strength attack of the divine brilliance great emperor. What was even more frightening was that the divine light seemed to be endless. Beam after beam, the attack was continuous, and the attack became faster and faster. In the end, there seemed to be more than a dozen beams of divine light, or even dozens of beams of divine light, all bombarding Chunzong. Ancient star. The ancient phantom of the stars suddenly appeared and descended in an instant, bombarding the beams of divine light. At the same time, it also resisted the beams of divine light. The power of this secret sword was tyrannical and boundless. At the same time, it also had a certain degree of defensive ability. However, under the bombardment of the divine light, the ancient star was still unable to resist and was defeated. Chunzong seized the fleeting opportunity to dodge and attacked the phantom with fleeting beauty again. Although fleeting beauty could not be used fully, it could still wear down some of the phantom's power. Chunzong did not believe that the phantom's power was limitless. Extreme. Chunzong was completely desperate, displaying his strength and strength to the extreme. Cracks continuously appeared in the void, and then it collapsed inch by inch, as if it was caving in. It was extremely terrifying. The divine brilliance, great emperor's expression was extremely ugly. Even the full power of the divine deity's scepter could not do anything to his opponent. He could feel that the power contained in the divine deity's scepter was constantly weakening and could not hold on for much longer. Once the power of the divine deity's scepter was exhausted, and his own power was almost exhausted, if his opponent still had strength left, then the consequence would be to be killed. Thinking of this, the divine brilliance great emperor immediately pointed his finger at the divine deity scepter. The phantom of the god trembled and then erupted with all its power, turning into a huge beam of divine light that was several times more powerful than any previous beam of divine light. It blasted directly at Chunzong, shattering everything. After launching this attack, the divine brilliance great emperor immediately grabbed the divine deity scepter, erupted with his remaining power, and flew directly to the warship. The 4 ordinary celestial masters also received the news and immediately retreated, flying into the warship. Under the bombardment of the huge divine light, Chunzong could not resist and was directly knocked back thousands of meters away. If it were not for the tyrannical defensive power of the ancient godsword armor, he would not have been able to resist at all. Even so, Chunzong felt that the indestructible body of the universe was shattered in an instant and had to consume a lot of mixed element heart force to recover. In the distance, the warship was launched and directly shuttled away at an astonishing speed, heading into the distance. They had escaped. The divine brilliance great emperor had escaped with 4 ordinary celestial masters. Chunzong was slightly startled, but he had no intention of chasing after him. This was because his mixed yuan heart force was about to be used up. The mixed yuan heart force in the 7 void aperture acupoints had been used up, and only 30% of the mixed yuan heart force in his body remained. With only 30% of the mixed element heart force, it would not be able to support the ancient godsword armor for a long time. The consequence of chasing after them was that not only would he not be able to kill the divine brilliance great emperor, but he might even be killed instead. There were still 4 ordinary celestial masters who had not consumed much of their power. Go! Chunzong immediately erupted with extreme speed, fleeing in different directions of the warship. Then, he put away the ancient godsword armor, and his mixed element heart force began to rapidly recover. This battle is too satisfying. Chunzong could not help but secretly say, his face still a little excited. Satisfying. Satisfying. Incisively and vividly. It was just too exhausting. The power of his own cultivation plus the power of the 7 void acupoints was 8 times the power of his cultivation, which was almost depleted. It was simply astonishing. Taking into account the recovery speed of the mixed element heart force, It was equivalent to directly consuming 9 times the power of his cultivation. Even so, he still could not defeat the divine brilliance great emperor, which was enough to prove the strength of the divine brilliance great emperor. Taking a step back, if he had not obtained the secret of the void energy concealment, he would not have been a match for the divine brilliance great emperor at all. At the same time, Chunzong was reminiscing about the battle just now. That feeling of not caring about his own energy consumption and attacking without restraint was truly wonderful. Through it, Chunzong was able to peek into even more profound mysteries of swordsmanship, which allowed him to further strengthen his swordsmanship. The power of his secret swords also increased slightly, allowing him to reach a higher level of comprehension. The mixed element heart force continued to recover and finally recovered to 100%, but it was still not enough. There were still 7 void acupoints that were empty and needed to continue to recover. Chunzong stimulated the first void acupoint and slowly infused the mixed element heart force into it, recovering as he did so. This way, there would not be any dangerous situations that were difficult to deal with due to the injection of power too quickly. Finally, Chunzong filled all 7 void acupoints with a mixed element heart force, and his cultivation was completely restored to its peak. "It's time to leave," Chunzong said to himself. Although he had defeated the divine brilliance great emperor and forced him to flee, Chunzong did not feel complacent, nor did he intend to stay any longer. There was always a sense of unease, as if something terrible would happen if he continued to stay, and it would be very disadvantageous to him or even threaten his life. Just like the ancient Illumination God dynasty had set up 3 strongholds in the Black Sky Empire, the Heavenheart dynasty had also set up several secret and remote strongholds in the Divine Brilliance dynasty. Chunzong arrived at one of the strongholds. After confirming that no one was chasing after him, he immediately stimulated the power of the light spirit essence and used it to bring him away from the Divine Brilliance dynasty and back to the Heavenheart dynasty. Chapter 33:23. Inside a large array in the Heavenheart dynasty, the space was suddenly torn apart by a white thread. A 3-meter-tall crack appeared, and a figure stepped out of it. Immediately, an extremely powerful intent descended and locked onto Chunzong as if it wanted to see through him. After a while, after confirming that there was nothing unusual, Chunzong stepped out of the large array. Heavenheart dynasty. After leaving the Divine Radiance dynasty and returning to the Heavenheart dynasty, Chunzong was still reminiscing about his experience in the Divine Radiance dynasty. When he first entered the Dark Sky Empire in the Demonic Universe Epic Fragment, he was not strong enough. Thus, he had to take every step carefully and slowly integrate into the demonic tribe. Then, he had to wait for an opportunity to act. He had spent many years. If Demon Emperor Xing Gu's mausoleum had not appeared in the world during the coal disaster, he would probably have to spend even more time slowly planning. It could have taken 10 years or even decades. When he came to the Heavenheart dynasty, a considerable number of the prodigies who had entered the Dark Sky Empire with him had not returned to the Divine Radiance dynasty. They had remained in the Dark Sky Empire to plan. He had been very lucky to be able to obtain the demonic soul and so on in a few years. However, the Divine Radiance dynasty was different. He did not need to take every step carefully. With one sword, he had killed 3 heavenly venerables at an extremely fast speed. In addition to the time spent searching for traces of heavenly venerables, it had only taken him a few months. In the end, it was still a matter of strength. When he entered the Dark Sky Empire, he could only keep a low profile, hide, and take every step carefully and wait for an opportunity to act. However, in the Divine Radiance dynasty, he was strong enough. When he unleashed his full power, he would be at the level of an ultimate heavenly venerable. Naturally, he did not need to keep a low profile and be so cautious. If he had not been worried about unpredictable risks, Chunzong's actions would have been even more high profile. Carefree. Compared to the step-by-step actions in the Dark Sky Empire, Chunzong preferred the kind of actions in the Divine Radiance dynasty. Powerful strength was the capital to move freely. It was very carefree and satisfying. At the end of the day, it all comes down to strength. As long as I'm strong enough, nothing will be a threat to me. Naturally, I won't have to worry so much, Chunzong thought to himself, his eyes shining brightly. If he had the strength of a demigod, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Even if a heavenly god appeared, he wouldn't have to be afraid. However, although his current strength was not weak, he still could not be compared to a demigod. Back then, Chunzong had thought that the top few on the Chaos Real leaderboard were close to the strength of a demigod, and even had a chance of escaping from a demigod. Now, it seemed that he had been naive. The power of a demigod was immeasurable, even though he was far more powerful than Martial Godlord, who was ranked first on the Chaotic Real ranking board. He had no confidence in fighting against a demigod. There was no way he could contend against one. The gap between them was like the gap between heaven and earth. The more powerful he was, the closer he was to becoming a demigod. Chunzong could feel how powerful and terrifying a demigod was. It was as deep and boundless as an abyss, and he yearned for it more and more. After stepping out of the formation and verifying it, Chunzong took out an elite heavenly man bloodline and handed it over. He was compensated with 20 divine points. In addition, Chunzong also had a top-notch heavenly fire sacred phoenix bloodline. It was extraordinary and was worth at least 100 divine points. If it was auctioned, it could be auctioned for more than 100 divine points. However, Chunzong did not intend to sell it. He planned to keep it and hand it over to Yunyanxin to see if he could refine it and use it to replace the star-burning true phoenix bloodline. He did not need to integrate these bloodlines to continue to grow. Yunyanxin had a strong bloodline, but it was difficult to improve it. After finding Xiucheng and bidding farewell to him, Chunzong left the Sky Heart Holy Court and returned to the Ancient Light Holy Court. It's time to hand over the Heavenly Soul and Demonic Soul to Lord Digio. Chunzong thought to himself. The deal had not been completed, and it had been lingering in his heart. Only when it was completed could he relax. Chunzong did not return to the Ancient Light Holy Court first. Instead, he went to the main building of the Divine Mystery Tower. The main building of the Divine Mystery Tower was located in the Ancient Light Holy Court. When he arrived at the main building of the Divine Mystery Tower, Chunzong was immediately warmly received by the Elder of the Divine Mystery Tower. Transcendent Saint Realm. Chunzong was a Transcendent Saint Realm expert. A Transcendent Saint Realm expert who had once defeated Mu Qingyang. He was powerful. A strong person was a strong person. No matter where he was, he would be respected. I want to see Lord Digio to complete the deal from back then. Chunzong directly stated his purpose of visit. Elder, you can report it. This elder obviously did not know about the deal between Digio and Chunzong. Hence, he was a little surprised. One should know that Lord Digio was a demigod realm expert. It was not easy to see him, and he could not be disturbed. However, since the other party said that he was a Transcendent Saint Realm expert, perhaps he could give it a try. He did not have to wait for too long before he received a reply. Descent. Digio immediately created a clone and descended upon the main building of the Divine Mystery Tower. He turned his gaze and stared at Chunzong. For no reason, Chunzong felt an indescribable pressure descend upon him. It landed on his body and seemed to have become heavier out of nowhere. Chunzong's expression did not change, but his heart was filled with awe. A demigod realm expert was indeed extremely terrifying. The more he came into contact with them, the more he felt, and the more he knew how powerful they were. It was merely the concentration of the consciousness of a clone, but it made him feel a lot of pressure. Of course, if he were to fight, Chunzong was confident that he could resist this demigod clone and even defeat it. However, the strength of the clone was very different from the strength of the original body. There was nothing to be happy about resisting a demigod clone. Moreover, there were different types of demigod clones. Some clones were formed for convenience and did not carry much power. Naturally, their strength was not strong. However, some clones were formed for battle. Naturally, the power they carried was stronger. The clone of Digio before him did not carry much power. When he saw Chunzong and stared at him, A bright light flashed in the eyes of Digio's clone. He was faintly surprised. With his cultivation level, he could naturally see that Chunzong's current state was far better than when he had entered the Xiaogu God dynasty. His strength was like heaven and earth. To think that his improvement would be so great and so fast. It had truly exceeded his expectations. It seemed that the deal that he had made in the spur of the moment had yielded good results. That's right. To a demigod, they could give opportunities to whoever they wanted. Everything depended on their mood and interest. My lord, Chunzong bowed with his sword and took out the heavenly soul and demonic soul and handed them to Digio. Very good. Digio's clone took the heavenly soul and demonic soul and nodded. You are very good. I hope that one day you could be on par with me. What he meant was that he hoped that one day Chunzong could become a demigod and be on par with them. After speaking, Digio's clone did not continue to stay there. Instead, he took the heavenly soul and demonic soul and left. The heavenly soul and demonic soul were the condensation of the essence of a heavenly lord, heavenly human, and a demon emperor demon. They were indeed extraordinary and extremely valuable. If the news spread, it would lead to countless disputes and even a bloody storm. However, to a demigod, it was nothing. The reason why Digio wanted the heavenly soul and demonic soul was to study them. He wanted to study the characteristics of the heavenly human tribe and the demon tribe. What Digio loved the most was to study everything about the ancient universe era. Of course, he would not let go of the characteristics of the heavenly human tribe and the demon tribe. After the deal was completed, Chunzong heaved a sigh of relief. He left the Tianji Tower and returned to the Xiaogu Palace. Now, my cultivation has reached the limit. It is almost impossible for me to improve further. Chunzong could not help but think to himself. The highest level of the ancient divine sword armor was the king level. Now that he had improved to the king level, he was not sure if there were any higher levels. After all, he had inherited the soldier level, general level, and king level. Now that the ancient divine sword armor had been improved to its peak, it could not be improved any further. This meant that Chunzong's fighting strength could not be improved any further. It was also difficult for the immortal universe body to be improved. As a result, the immortal universe body could not open the 8th and 9th apertures. Otherwise, the consequences of opening them by force would be that the immortal universe body could not withstand it and would collapse. If Chunzong cultivated the void origin concealment art to perfection and opened up 9 void acupoints, the 9 acupoints would be able to combine and form a cycle. Although it might not be able to reach the stage of endless growth, it would be able to recover faster, allowing Chunzong to have a longer battle prowess. It was a pity that opening the void apertures required a strong enough body to withstand the burden. Whether it was the strengthening of the immortal universe body or the tempering of the mixed Yuan heart force, they had reached a bottleneck. It was difficult to continue. Only the divine decree could continue tempering, but the tempering effect was getting weaker and weaker. It could be said that in the following period of time, for quite a long period of time, his strength would fall into a bottleneck period. It was a pity that Chunzong did not know how to become a demigod. He did not have any clue. In that case, he had to continue comprehending his swordsmanship and improve his swordsmanship as much as possible. Even though his swordsmanship had reached such a level, and it was extremely difficult to improve further, as long as he worked hard, he would be able to improve more or less. He could even travel around the chaotic universe to broaden his horizons and strengthen his foundation. Once he had accumulated enough foundation, he might be able to make further progress and strengthen himself further. Then, he would leave the ancient divine dynasty for now and return to Taihao Mountain. However, before he returned, he had to exchange for some resources. Chunzong immediately sold the many spoils of war he had obtained from the Divine Radiance dynasty and exchanged them for Divine Origin. In the end, he managed to sell them for a high price of 50 Divine Origin. In total, he had 70 Divine Origin. Exchange. Chunzong began to exchange for all kinds of useful resources. There were things for Union Shin, for Chunin, And for Taihao Mountain, 70 divine origin did not sound like much, but it was not little at all. That was a fortune of 700 to 800 million chaotic divine gems. How shocking was that? After doing all this, Chenzong immediately reported to the Holy Gate. The Holy Gate quickly approved Chenzong's departure. Chenzong could even come back after leaving. With Chenzong's current status, he could even be recommended. Chapter 33:24. In the boundless void, in the vast universe, a huge circular platform stood there, motionless. It was as if the vicissitudes of the world could not affect it at all, and the passage of time could not erode it. A crack suddenly appeared and slowly opened up. It was as if a pair of invisible but powerful hands were pulling it to the left and right. It turned into a door to the sky. It was ancient and deep, as if it contained endless mysteries. A figure seemed to slowly emerge from the bottom of the water. It became clearer and clearer on the surface of the water. Then it stepped out. That figure seemed to have crossed through 2 different dimensions. He stepped out of the mysterious door and stood on the platform. Chenzong could not help but sigh. Back then, he had followed Elder Lei, Zhong Liu, and Fei Jun of the Heaven's secret sect from the ancient mirror primal chaos city to this place. They had used this platform to open the door and enter the ancient mirror god dynasty. Between the 3 divine dynasties, there were teleportation portals that allowed them to teleport each other. After so many years, he had temporarily left the ancient Zhao god dynasty and returned to the chaotic universe. Although the 3 dynasties were also in the chaotic universe, they were small worlds created by demigod experts with great power and amazing means. To some extent, they were still different from the chaotic universe. Chenzong put away his emotions and took a step forward. It was as if the end of the world had become a foot in front of him. He instantly swept across the sky. 1 step was 1,000 miles. Now, Chenzong's strength had reached a shocking level. It was terrifying. It could be said that he was the strongest below demigod level. The martial godlord, who was ranked first on the chaotic real ranking, was nothing to Chenzong. Even if Chenzong did not use his full strength and did not use the ancient godsword armor, he could easily suppress the martial godlord with his normal strength. No matter how strong the martial godlord was, he was only at the top demon king level. He had not reached the demon emperor level. However, after all these years, it was undeniable that the martial god lord's strength had improved. He might have broken through the shackles and reached the demon emperor level. Of course, the possibility was not high. In fact, it had nothing to do with Chenzong. He burst forth with astonishing speed, taking 1 step after another. Each step covered a distance of 1,000 miles as he flew towards ancient primal chaos city. After arriving at the ancient primal chaos city, Chenzong used the space-time temple's teleportation array and flew towards Yuanzhan Universe City. Taihao Mountain was located within Primordial Executioner Universe City. However, this time, Chenzong had returned with a purpose, which was to relocate Taihao Mountain to a better place that would be more conducive for cultivation. As for where exactly that place would be, it would take some time to find it. There was no need to be too anxious about this. It didn't take long for Chenzong to arrive at Yuanzhan Universe City and enter Taihao Mountain. Chenzong did not inform anyone of his return to Taihao Mountain, so only his incarnation knew. With Chenzong's strength and methods, no one would be able to discover his arrival as long as he did not want to be discovered. Over the years, the Taihao Mountain's development had been relatively stable. With the 100 Swords God and the 5 Ultimate Swords God in charge, their top combat strength was astonishing enough to deter many small fries. If not for the fact that they did not have a demigod backing them up, the Taihao Mountain would have been the most tyrannical force in the original human territory. In addition to the 100 Swords God Lord and the 5 Ultimate Sword God, Chenzong's incarnation was also extremely powerful. It was even stronger than the 100 Swords God Lord and the 5 Ultimate Sword God. In addition, Yun Yinxin's strength was also extraordinary. Among the ranks of the Primal Chaos list, there was Sword Saint Wu Sha, who was also a true saint expert. In addition, there was Wang Yi, who was also an expert on the primal chaos list. Even if the martial god Lord personally attacked Taihao Mountain, he would not be able to achieve anything. It was impregnable. In this way, Taihao Mountain was, of course, safe. There was a place on Taihao Mountain where disciples were not allowed to go. There were mountains and rivers, lush vegetation, and pavilions. The scenery was unique, and there was a graceful figure dancing with a sword. Sword light crisscrossed, and it had a grand and majestic appearance, yet it also contained delicacy. It was like a phoenix spreading its wings and sweeping through the sky. The person who was practicing the sword was Yunyanxin. After many years, Yunyanxin's cultivation did not improve much, but his swordsmanship had become more refined. In an instant, a sudden change occurred. A ray of sword light seemed to break through the air from the void and flew directly toward Yunyanxin. Yunyanxin's expression changed unconsciously, and he immediately swung his sword to meet the attack. The ray of sword light was extremely mysterious. When it was used, it displayed extremely high attainments in swordsmanship. It was as if a peerless swordsman was waving it, repeatedly attacking Yunyanxin. It caught him off guard and forced Yunyanxin to display his swordsmanship to the extreme. Even some things that he did not understand in the past were stimulated under the pressure of this ray of sword light. He comprehended them one by one, making his swordsmanship even more refined. Yunyanxin smiled. He originally thought that someone could sneak into Taihao Mountain to assassinate him, but after a few exchanges, Yunyanxin knew who it was. An hour later, the ray of sword light shattered and disappeared. A figure also stepped out of the void. He opened his arms and walked toward Yunyanxin with a smile. "You're back." Yunyanxin's face was filled with joy. He immediately threw himself into his arms and hugged him quietly, enjoying the moment of tranquility. All these years, Yunyanxin had been staying in Taihao Mountain. As for his son, Chenin, he had gone out to explore. He had the strength of a true saint and was able to protect himself in most situations in the chaotic multiverse. A baby eagle would eventually grow up after spreading its wings. After hugging each other for a while, the two of them sat down. Shenzong also told Yunyanxin about his experiences over the years. Yunyanxin's beautiful eyes shone brightly. Finally, Shenzong took out the bloodline of the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix and let Yunyanxin try to see if he could refine it or use it to replace the power of the Star-Scorching True Phoenix bloodline. After all, the power of the Star-Scorching True Phoenix bloodline was still weaker than the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix bloodline. It was a top-notch Deva bloodline. Once it was refined, one's potential would be greatly increased and one's strength would increase significantly. Yunyanxin solemnly took the bloodline and carefully sensed it. He immediately felt a boundless power from it. It was a power that his star-scorching True Phoenix bloodline could not compare to. "Let me try," Yunyanxin said and immediately tried. After several tries, he revealed a look of joy. "I seem to be able to refine this bloodline and merge it with the star-scorching True Phoenix bloodline, increasing its level." Shenzong was secretly surprised, but he also revealed a smile. This was a good thing. After all, the star-scorching True Phoenix bloodline belonged to Yunyanxin. He had already mastered it to the extreme. If it was replaced by the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix bloodline, then Yunyanxin would need to adapt to the new bloodline and slowly adjust to it and master it. If the star-scorching True Phoenix bloodline could be improved, it would also increase Yunyanxin's strength and potential. As for how much of an increase it would be, that was unknown. After the two of them spent some time together, Yunyanxin entered seclusion. While he was in seclusion, Chunzong's strength had reached an extremely astonishing level. The gap between them had been further widened, and he needed to catch up. Refining the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix bloodline and using it as nutrients to improve his star-scorching True Phoenix bloodline would increase his strength and potential. This was a very good way to close the gap between him and Chunzong. It was not that Yunyan had any intention of dissatisfaction or competition in his heart, but he understood that he could not be a burden. In case of any crisis, he would become a burden because of his lack of strength. That was absolutely not allowed. Yun Yinxin entered seclusion to refine the Skyfire, sacred phoenix bloodline. Shenzong naturally had nothing to do. However, even if he had nothing to do, Shenzong still focused on comprehending swordsmanship in the chaotic prime realm and deducing the next step of his cultivation. They did not interfere with each other and did not affect his usual actions. Following that, Shenzong began to summon the people of Taihao Mountain. An avatar was an avatar after all, but the actual body was different. The cultivation of the Sword's Divine Lord and the 5 Ultimate Sword Divine Lord did not change, but their swordsmanship had improved due to their frequent exchanges. At their level, it would be very difficult for them to improve further if they did not encounter a greater opportunity. It was a pity that when he was in the Divine Radiance Empire, he had originally planned to refine more bloodlines, but he had been found by the Divine Radiance Great Emperor. After that battle, he had not dared to stay any longer and had left as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he could have taken out some bloodlines and given them to the people of Taihao Mountain to increase their strength and potential. Well, it could only mean that he had not been so thoughtful back then. Since it was all in the past, there was no point in dwelling on it. However, it wasn't as if he couldn't increase the strength of Taihao Mountain in other ways. One must know that he had spent a few dozen divine origin points to purchase many resources. Those were all precious treasures that were difficult to obtain in the current void of the universe. If he used them properly, the overall strength of Taihao Mountain would definitely increase by 1 or 2 levels. There was even a chance for it to increase by 2 or 3 levels. After summoning the elders and disciples of Taihao Mountain, Shenzong began to refine the avatar again. Although the avatar's strength was not weak and was comparable to that of Martial God Lord, who was ranked first on the real chaotic roll, it was still too weak for Shenzong's original body. He needed to refine it again. This was one of the reasons why Shenzong had returned. For the refinement this time, Shenzong had used many higher-grade treasures to make the incarnation even stronger. In the end, the avatar was refined. Its aura was so strong that it was simply shocking. "Thank you, original body." The avatar bowed with a sword and then laughed. Although the avatar could not be compared to the original body, it had reached the level of the transcendent saint realm and had the normal combat strength of the original body. The normal combat strength of Shenzong's original body was stronger than that of an ordinary transcendent saint realm expert, but weaker than that of a top transcendent saint realm expert. Only after equipping the ancient divine sword armor could his strength reach the level of a transcendent saint realm expert. However, the strength of a top transcendent saint realm expert was actually enough in the void of the universe. Even if Shenzong's original body left Taihao Mountain, he would be safe with the avatar guarding. When Yinxin comes out of seclusion, I'll take her out with me and find a suitable place for Taihao Mountain, Shenzong thought to himself. The current Yuanzhan Cosmic City had actually delayed the development of Taihao Mountain. He had to find a more suitable place for Taihao Mountain. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to the future development and inheritance of Taihao Mountain. In addition, after settling everything in Taihao Mountain, Shenzong planned to leave and travel the chaotic universe. Chapter 33:25. Outside Taihao Mountain, a beam of sword light shot over. After entering Universe City, it went straight to Taihao Mountain. After confirming its identity, it officially stepped into Taihao Mountain. Father. This person was Chun and who had returned from training outside. The moment he saw Shenzong, Chun-An's face immediately lit up. He was very excited. After not seeing him for so many years, he missed him very much. Seeing that Chun-An had returned safely, Shenzong also showed a hint of joy. Then, it was time to test Chun-An's swordsmanship. He wanted to see how much Chun-An's swordsmanship had improved over the years. As a swordsman, it was necessary to have superb swordsmanship. Chun-An attacked with all his might, unleashing his swordsmanship to the extreme. Shenzong did not move from his spot and used his fingers as a sword to casually point at Chun-An. Every finger and every sword was extremely mysterious. They directly attacked the weak points of Chun An's swordsmanship, forcing Chun An to change his moves to deal with Chun Zong's sword fingers. As he changed his moves, Chun An's potential was also excavated bit by bit. His swordsmanship also became more perfect and refined. For hours later, Chun Zong stopped and stopped. However, Chun did not stop. He was still waving his sword and practicing his swordsmanship. This swordsmanship was the culmination of his years of practice. In the end, it was a superb swordsmanship that he had created based on his own characteristics and so on. However, there was still room for improvement. Now, under Chun Zong's guidance and name of sparring, Chun fell into an epiphany. This sudden comprehension lasted for 3 days. Chun practiced the sword for an entire 3 days before he stopped. His sword technique had already advanced to an even higher level since a long time ago, and there was a unique aura when he attacked. The sword light that seemed to be gentle seemed like flowing water that flowed without end, yet the sword force contained within it was extremely blazing and violent to the extreme. However, all of this was restrained, and it was utterly impossible to notice if one's perception wasn't sharp enough. However, as long as one was hit, the terrifying sword force would explode and destroy everything in its path. In Chun Zong's opinion, although this swordsmanship was far from being comparable to divine sword technique, it was already very good. It was enough to show that Chun An had put in a lot of effort and talent in swordsmanship at the true saint stage. Chun Zong then took out a sharp sword and a set of armor and handed them to Chun An. The sword was a top-tier Chaos Saint artifact. It was several times stronger than the ordinary Chaos Saint artifacts Chun An currently wielded. It was enough to double Chun An's strength. The armor was a top-tier Chaos Saint artifact as well. It possessed powerful defensive capabilities. It could also enhance Chun An's defensive capabilities and increase his survivability. One attack and one defense directly increased Chun An's strength in all aspects. It was enough to surpass most top-tier True Saints and was close to the peak True Saint realm. After that, Chun Zong took out a sword-shaped jade pendant and gave it to Chun An. This jade pendant was also a treasure. Once refined and worn, it could clear one's mind and focus one's mind and spirit. It could also help one's comprehension. To a certain extent, it could even resist external evil from invading one's mind. However, the most important thing was the method that Chun Zong had left in it. Chun Zong had infused some of his power into the jade pendant so that it could explode at a critical moment. A clone of himself would appear, one that possessed 30% of his combat strength. With less than 30% of Chun Zong's full combat strength, he was still at the top of the Transcendent Saint Plane, which was enough to dominate the void. This way, he could ensure Chun An's safety to the greatest extent. In addition, Chun Zong also planned to use his recommendation on Chun An so that Chun An could enter the ancient Illumination Palace of the ancient Illumination Divine Dynasty to cultivate. Chun An's improvement would be more obvious there. However, Chun An's current strength was still not enough. He still needed to further hone himself. He needed to have the strength of the real Chaos ranking. There was no rush. There was no need to be too anxious. The road of cultivation was long. What they were fighting for was not a moment, but a lifetime. Chun An was still very young. Compared to other true saints, he was indeed very young. His talent was not bad, and his potential was not weak. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Every day, Chun Zong would guide the swordsmanship of the elders of the Great Hao Mountain. He would also guide the cultivation of the disciples of the Great Hao Mountain. Chun An also received a lot of guidance and constantly improved. As for Yin Xin, she was still in seclusion. She continued to refine the bloodline of the Skyfire, Sacred Phoenix, and infused it into her own bloodline of the Star-Scorching Real Phoenix. This allowed the bloodline of the Star-Scorching Real Phoenix to improve and transform to a higher level. On this day, the Tianji Tower sent a message that the Palace Master of the Xian Flame Divine Palace, Sir God Xian Flame, had appeared in the Great Flame Mountain, a chaotic, forbidden area. Chun Zong had asked the Tianji Tower to search for Sir God Xian Flame's whereabouts after he returned. Chun Zong had not forgotten what had happened back then. However, even now, he was very strong, But the formation of the Xian Flame Divine Palace was not weak. He did not know what tricks were inside. If there was a clone of a demigod, he would be courting death if he barged in. He could only wait for Sir God Xian Flame to leave before he left the Xian Flame Divine Palace. Although Sir God Xian Flame was very strong, to the current Qinzong, there was a limit to how strong he could be. Great Flame Mountain. After Qinzong received the news, his eyes flashed, and he immediately set off. In the territory of the human clan, there were many forbidden areas. The Great Flame Mountain was one of them. The entire mountain was constantly burning with white flames, emitting bursts of light. That was how it got its name. It did not take long for Qinzong to arrive outside the Great Flame Mountain. He gazed at the huge mountain that was constantly burning and emitting endless light. The power of the flame was amazing. Without the strength of the true Saint Realm, it was impossible to enter. It could be said that even an invincible Saint Realm expert would be burned to ashes in a short time. It could be said that an ordinary true Saint Realm expert would feel very uncomfortable and would not be able to withstand it for a long time. However, there were also benefits to resisting the burning of the flame of the Great Flame Mountain. It could further refine one's strength and make it purer. Qinzong took a step forward. When he appeared again, he was already inside the Great Flame Mountain. Wisps of white flames were like torrents spat out by a giant beast. They constantly attacked from all directions and wrapped Qinzong's body as if they were going to burn him to ashes. Qinzong did not display any strength. He only relied on the strength of the universe's immortal body to resist the burning of the flame. Unfortunately, it's useless against me, Qinzong said secretly after feeling it carefully. However, he was not very disappointed. Although the flame of the Great Flame Mountain had the effect of refining one's body and cultivation, it also had its limitations. It was effective against ordinary true saints and top true saints, but its effect on ultimate true saints had weakened. As for Qinzong, he was now in the transcendent saint realm, which was beyond the true saint realm. Unless the power of the flame of the Great Flame Mountain increased by more than 10 times, it would be useless. His purpose of coming there was Sir God Xianyan. He did not expect to be able to refine his cultivation. In the deepest part of the Great Flame Mountain, there was a blazing white flame that kept burning. The aura that it gave out was extremely terrifying, as if it could burn everything. The blazing white flame was only the size of a fist. However, the aura that it gave out was extremely terrifying. The surroundings turned into a vacuum that kept twisting as if it was going to collapse. A figure approached quickly and stared at the blazing white flame that was the size of a fist. He instantly revealed a smile. The information that I received was correct. It's really the origin of flame. The person was Sir God Xianyan. He stared at the blazing white flame and was extremely excited. As long as I refine the origin of flame, my power will definitely increase again. By then, there will be hope for me to defeat Sir God Wu. In order to prevent any unexpected events from happening, Sir God Xianyan was excited and he immediately took action. He threw out handprints that condensed into a net that flew towards the origin of flame to collect it. He would collect it first and then refine it so that he could increase his power further. You are really here. Just then, there was a voice that entered Sir God Xianyan's ears casually. Who is it? Sir God Xianyan instantly collected the origin of flame. Then, he suddenly turned his head and his pupils contracted. Qinzong. The person who had come was Qinzong. Although the Great Flame Mountain was huge and the flame was burning continuously, the deeper it was, the more powerful it was. However, to Qinzong then, it was nothing. There was no threat at all. Hence, Qinzong found Sir God Xianyan's location very quickly. It's you. Seeing Qinzong, Sir God Xianyan was surprised. Then, he smiled ferociously. If so, this will be your burial ground. Until then, Sir God Xianyan still didn't know how powerful Qinzong was, as Qinzong kept a low profile. Plus, Sir God Xianyan didn't know anything about him when he entered Zhaogu God Dynasty. That was because the demigod ancestor of Xianyan Divine Palace belonged to Wonkong God Dynasty, and not Zhaogu God Dynasty. Sir God Xian Yin didn't know much about Zhaogu God Dynasty, and he didn't know Chunzong's current power level. However, Sir God Xian Yin had entered Wonkong God Dynasty's Wonkong God Palace to cultivate. Compared to before, his power had increased significantly. Hence, he was very confident. He had planned to first defeat Sir God Wu after refining the origin of flame and then destroy Taihao Mountain. He didn't expect Chunzong to take the initiative to appear in front of him. If so, he would kill him there first. Explode. Sir God Xian Yin's power exploded in an instant. The flames kept burning, and he turned into a 10-meter-tall giant covered in white flames. He slapped at Chunzong. Chunzong was a little surprised. Compared to before, Sir God Xian Yin's power had increased significantly. He had at least doubled. It seemed that he had been lucky. However, this kind of improvement was still too weak and insignificant to him. Chunzong didn't plan to deal with Sir God Xian Yin slowly. He pointed with his finger. He didn't even draw his heavenly will sword. He just pointed with his finger and a ray of sword light shot out. It immediately destroyed the white flame palm print and went towards Sir God Xian Yin with irresistible force. Sir God Xian Yin's power had doubled, but he was still in true saint realm. Even if Chunzong didn't equip his ancient divine sword armor and didn't draw his sword, the power of his sword finger had surpassed true saint realm and reached surpassing saint realm. He couldn't block it. Emperor God Xian Yin's body was immediately hit and penetrated. As the sword aura wreaked havoc, Emperor God Xian Yin's expression changed greatly. He was extremely terrified. Without any hesitation, Emperor God Xian Yin immediately unleashed his full power, and a blazing flame blasted at Chunzong. However, he flew backward. "You think you can leave?" Chunzong chuckled. Chapter 33:26. In the Great Flame Mountain, where Divine Lord Xian Yin had died, his body had been completely destroyed. It had turned into powder and scattered inside the Great Flame Mountain. Light Flame Origin. As Chunzong flew out of the Great Flame Mountain, a ball of blazing white flame burned in his hand. It gave off a terrifying aura, as if it was as heavy as a mountain. As its power fluctuated, it seemed as if it wanted to shatter everything around it. An ordinary true Saint Realm expert would not be able to resist such an aura. Only those who had reached the peak of the true Saint Realm could resist its aura and refine it. Unfortunately, the light flame origin was useless to him. It was only useful to those in the true Saint Realm. Chunzong returned to Taihao Mountain with the light flame origin and gave it to Chun. This quintessence of flames was useless to him, yet it was a precious treasure to Chunin, and it was sufficient to temper and purify his cultivation a step further, causing the might he erupted with to become even stronger. It indirectly improved his strength, and it was even capable of causing the blazing energy within his strength to become even stronger. Chunin had inherited part of Chunzong's talent in swordsmanship and the Star-Burning Phoenix bloodline. It was the optimized Star-Burning Phoenix bloodline. It was more perfect than Yun Yinshin's bloodline. His potential was naturally better than Yun Yinshin's. If he refined the light flame origin, his strength would increase significantly. After giving the light flame origin to Chun and to refine, Chunzong went to see the war demon. The war demon was wearing a black robe and a ghost mask. Its aura was very obscure. However, Chunzong could still feel that the war demon's aura was very strong. It was 2 or 3 times stronger than before. He could not help but be surprised. However, it was reasonable that the war demon's strength could increase since his strength could increase. After all, the war demon was different from other practitioners. It was a fusion of the will of a world and the soul of God Gong Tian Shun. It had a unique talent and could be considered to have unlimited potential. As the world grew stronger, the war demon's strength would also increase, and vice versa. Seeing Chunzong again, the war demon was excited. It immediately asked to spar with Chunzong. Chunzong was also very curious about the war demon's strength, so he agreed immediately. Fight! In this battle, Chunzong didn't equip the ancient god sword armor. He didn't need to equip the ancient god sword armor to test the war demon strength. The peak true saint realm, or the peak demon king realm, had already stepped into the demon overlord realm. If he made another breakthrough, he would be a transcendent saint realm powerhouse. As expected, as the manifestation of a world's will, the war demon's nature was indeed extraordinary. If it weren't for the fact that he had encountered many opportunities, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to improve as fast as the war demon. Such strength had already surpassed that of the martial god lord, if the martial god lord's strength had not increased by much. However, the war demon wasn't a high-profile person. His ranking on the real primal chaos ranking didn't rise any further. The war demon was also shocked by Chunzong's strength. He was much stronger than he had expected, and he was even more curious about Chunzong's experiences. Chunzong did not hide anything, and he told the war demon about how he had entered the ancient Zhao god dynasty. As the war demon listened, his eyes shone brightly under the ghost mask. He yearned to enter the ancient Zhao god dynasty. Unfortunately, Chunzong had made up his mind to give his recommendation to Chunin. If the war demon wanted to enter, he would have to find a way himself. After bidding farewell to the war demon, Chunzong returned to the Lingwu holy world to visit his father and sister. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since Chunzong left the ancient Zhao god dynasty and returned to Taihao Mountain. Chunin had already refined the origin of the light flame. His cultivation had risen to the peak true saint realm. With the addition of his sword and armor, as well as his increasingly powerful swordsmanship, he had successfully challenged to rank 70th on the real primal chaos ranking. However, Chunzong had given Chunin a request, or rather a goal, and that was to enter the top 10 of the real primal chaos ranking. Only then would he give his recommendation to Chunin. However, Chunzong didn't mention anything about the recommendation. He only made a request. If one only had the strength of an ordinary person on the real primal chaos ranking, it would be difficult for them to gain any advantage after entering the ancient Zhao God Palace. Only those who were in the top 10 of the real primal chaos ranking could enter the ancient Zhao God Palace. However, that was all. For example, the strength of the 100 Swords Divine Lord and the 5 Ultimate Sword Divine Lord could only be considered above average in the ancient Zhao God Palace. They were inferior to the various king's disciples. Having the strength to enter the top 10 of the real primal chaos ranking was the most basic requirement that Chunzong had for Chunin. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to obtain many opportunities after entering the ancient Zhao God Palace. On this day in January of this year, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from where Yu Nianxin was cultivating in seclusion. Above the seclusion's secret room, wisps of aura spread out and gathered, turning into flaming clouds that floated in the sky. Each flaming cloud was in the shape of a firebird. They seemed to be burning as they spread their wings and flew high in the sky. They also let out clear chirps. 100, an entire 100 blazing phoenixes had condensed into form in the sky. Every single phoenix was 10 meters in size, and as the 100 of them circled around, they emanated numerous shocking fluctuations of might that swept out towards the surroundings, causing everyone from the elders to the disciples of Sky Vast Mountain to focus their gazes over and exclaim endlessly with admiration. What was that? Only Chunzong knew that it was a phenomenon that appeared when Yu Nianxin successfully refined the bloodline of the heavenly fire sacred phoenix and merged it into his own star-scorching true phoenix bloodline, causing his own star-scorching true phoenix bloodline to be greatly enhanced. Immediately after, an even more resounding and clear cry resounded through the heavens and earth. Even the entire Yuanzhan University could hear it clearly, causing everyone to be shocked. They all looked towards the sky above Taihao Mountain and vaguely saw an endless amount of fire chi billowing out. Burning, constantly burning. In the sky above Taihao Mountain, endless fire chi billowed out like a raging sea. Finally, it turned into a huge flaming lake that was 10,000 meters wide. 100 flaming phoenixes circled around the flaming lake as if they were guarding it. Something seemed to be nurturing in the flaming lake. There was a deep, reserve power condensing. Slowly, a speck of white appeared in the flaming lake and quickly spread out. Finally, under everyone's shocked gazes, the entire flaming lake turned white. It was a pure white that was filled with a divine radiance. Seeing the pure white of the divine radiance, everyone's hearts trembled involuntarily. They felt that it seemed to contain an endless amount of power. Immediately after, even the 100 flaming phoenixes were dyed white. It was even more shocking. A second chirp that was even louder sounded from the flaming lake. A shadow seemed to appear. Gradually, a stream of light rushed out from the flaming lake and soared into the sky. It was a palm-sized phoenix that was burning with white flames. It looked extremely sacred. As soon as the white phoenix appeared, the flaming lake rolled up and surged into the phoenix. The phoenix's body continued to expand. It grew from the size of a palm to half a meter, then 1 meter, 2 meters. When all the power of the flaming lake surged into the phoenix's body, the sacred white phoenix had grown to 100 meters in size. It slowly flapped its wings, and endless white flames burned, spreading out layers of light. The phoenix crown soared into the sky like a flickering flame. The phoenix's tail fluttered as it streaked across the void. It explained an indescribable mystery, as if it was the king of phoenixes. 100 flaming phoenixes flew around it. 100 phoenixes were paying homage to the phoenix. Immediately after, the flaming phoenixes spread their wings and rushed into the sacred white phoenix's body. The phoenix's aura became more and more solid. The burning sacred white flames became more and more intense. The void around it was distorted as if it was about to collapse. Aura, an extremely terrifying aura, spread out and swept across Taihao Mountain. It rushed out of Taihao Mountain and covered Yuanzhan Cosmic City. This aura was so strong that it suppressed everyone in Yuanzhan Cosmic City and made them unable to move. In Taihao Mountain, other than Shenzong, the strongest were the 100 Swords God and the 5 Ultimate Swords God. However, at this moment, the two of them looked extremely serious. This was because this aura made them feel threatened. When 100 flaming phoenixes all merged into the sacred white phoenix, the third chirp sounded. It was even louder, sharper, and clearer. It seemed to penetrate the 9 heavens. It soared into the sky. The sacred white phoenix soared into the sky and circled in the sky. Everyone could clearly see the beautiful and powerful figure of the phoenix. They were all amazed. That was such a beautiful life. It cannot be described with words. Shenzong stared at the figure of the phoenix. His eyes flickered with divine light. Under his gaze, he could clearly feel the power that the phoenix possessed. It was extremely shocking. In the next moment, the sacred white phoenix swooped down from the sky. It rushed directly into Yun Yinxin's secret room in a determined manner. It seemed to want to destroy everything. However, when the phoenix rushed in, it disappeared. The tyrannical aura also seemed to dissipate. Everything returned to silence. Only Chunzong could feel an astonishing power being born in the secluded cultivation room, and it was slowly growing stronger. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, an increasingly tyrannical aura suddenly burst out from the secret room. Then, a figure broke through the air like a sword and rushed into the 9 heavens. Yun Yinxin, that figure was Yun Yinxin. His body was burning with a layer of white flames. He looked extremely sacred. He was completely different from the usual Yun Yinxin. It was as if he was wearing a phoenix crown and a phoenix robe. His entire body exuded a sacred aura that made people want to worship him. Shenzong could not help but show a look of joy. Very powerful. The power of the bloodline and the power of the bloodline were extremely powerful. It was very shocking and indescribable. It's even stronger than the power of the bloodline of the heavenly fire sacred phoenix. Shenzong was very happy that he could accurately identify it. This meant that Yun Yinxin's potential and strength had increased tremendously. It would not be difficult for him to reach the transcendent saint realm in the future. He only needed to continue cultivating and tap into the potential of his bloodline. The sacred flames were restrained. The phoenix crown and phoenix robe were restrained. Yunyanxin's original appearance was revealed. He walked down with a smile on his face. Chapter 33:27. After successfully refining the Skyfire, sacred phoenix bloodline, and fusing it into his own star-scorching true phoenix bloodline, it went surprisingly smoothly. The star-scorching true phoenix completely absorbed the Skyfire sacred phoenix bloodline and used it as nutrients to improve itself, allowing it to constantly break through its limits. Previously, Yunyanxin's star-scorching true phoenix bloodline was not weak, but it was not very strong either. Strength and weakness were relative. Strength was relative to ordinary cultivators, while weakness was relative to celestial or demonic bloodlines. Yunyanxin had already stimulated the potential of his star-scorching true phoenix bloodline. It had basically reached its limit, and it was very difficult for it to improve any further. However, such a level of star-scorching true phoenix bloodline was barely comparable to the most ordinary celestial bloodline, or even slightly inferior. In addition, celestial bloodlines had very high growth potential, but Yunyanxin's star-scorching true phoenix bloodline did not have such growth potential, making the difference even more obvious. But this time, after devouring the Skyfire sacred phoenix bloodline, not only did his star-scorching true phoenix bloodline soar to the level of a pinnacle celestial bloodline, it was even stronger than the Skyfire sacred phoenix bloodline, nearing the paramount celestial bloodline. Another point was that the star-scorching true phoenix bloodline originally had a hard time breaking through its limits. However, although the celestial bloodline also had its limits, there was still the possibility of breaking through them. In any case, the bloodline of the star-scorching true phoenix had already undergone a complete transformation. Its essence had been upgraded by several levels. Yunyanxin's strength had soared by leaps and bounds. At the same time, her potential had also soared to an astonishing level. The white burning star, true flame, contained an astonishing holy power, and it was especially effective against evil spirits. Under Chunzong's verification, he confirmed that Yunyanxin's strength had soared several times from before, reaching the level of a pinnacle heavenly king or demon king. He was stronger than the sword's god and the 5 ultimate swordmaster. Perhaps in terms of swordsmanship, Yunyanxin was still incomparable to Swords God Lord and Swords God Lord of 5 ultimate swords. However, the true flame of burning star was too powerful. Swords God Lord and Swords God Lord of 5 ultimate swords did not dare to take it head-on. The most important thing was that the potential of the 100 Swords Divine Lord and the 5 Ultimate Sword Divine Lord was almost fully developed. If they did not obtain a greater opportunity in this life, they could only stop at this level. The peak Demon King level was their limit, but the upper limit of Yunyanxin had been raised to the Demon Emperor level, Heavenly Venerable level, and Transcendent Sage level. In the future, it was not impossible for him to break through to the demigod realm. Yunyanxin had successfully refined the bloodline of the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix, causing his star-scorching true Phoenix bloodline to be greatly enhanced. It had undergone a metamorphosis, and his strength had increased by several times. His potential had also been raised to an even higher level. According to Chunzong's plan, this was the time for him to travel. However, Yunyanxin suggested that they wait a little longer. During this period of time, Yunyanxin used the star-scorching true flames to refine Chun An's bloodline. Chun An's bloodline had inherited Yunyanxin's star-scorching true phoenix bloodline, but had been further improved from the original foundation. If Yunyanxin's star-scorching true phoenix bloodline could only barely reach the level of an ordinary heavenly human rank bloodline, then Chun An's star-scorching true phoenix bloodline was truly at the level of an ordinary heavenly human rank bloodline. Now, Yunyanxin had refined and absorbed the bloodline essence of the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix, causing his star-scorching true phoenix bloodline to increase exponentially, completely surpassing Chun An's bloodline. However, the two bloodlines were of the same origin. Therefore, Yunyanxin could use his star-scorching true flames to refine Chun An's bloodline, further increasing his potential. The consequence of doing so would be to deplete Yunyanxin's bloodline essence, causing a certain degree of damage. It would require a lot of time and resources to slowly recover, but for her child, she was willing to do so. Shenzong did not stop Yunyanxin from doing so. This refinement took a few more years and finally reached its peak. Chun An's bloodline level increased to the level of an elite heavenly human rank bloodline. However, it did not have the growth potential of a heavenly human rank bloodline. On the other hand, Yunyanxin's power had been weakened a lot, and her strength had been reduced by a few percent. Her bloodline had almost fallen below the top level, and she could barely maintain it. Fortunately, Chenzong had purchased many elixirs over the years to stabilize Yunyanxin's bloodline. However, it had also decreased to a certain extent, affecting his potential. However, with the characteristics of a heavenly human rank bloodline, he could gradually recover over time. After receiving the refinement of Yunyanxin's star-burning true flame for a few years, Chun An's bloodline level had increased. As a result, his strength had increased a lot, and so had his potential. With Chun Zong's guidance on swordsmanship and Yunyanxin's refinement of his bloodline, Chun An's strength could be said to have increased by leaps and bounds in just a few years. Chun began to challenge the experts in the top 10 of the Real Chaotic ranking. In the first battle, his opponent was ranked 9th on the Real Chaotic ranking and was defeated by Chunin. In the second battle, his opponent was ranked 6th on the Real Chaotic ranking. Chunin only won after a fierce battle. In the third battle, his opponent was ranked 4th on the Real Chaotic ranking. In this battle, Chunin used all his strength to defeat his opponent and successfully replaced his opponent's ranking. As for the fourth battle, there was no one, because the top 3 on the Real Chaotic ranking were Martial Godlord, 5 Ultimate Swordmaster, and 100 Swords Godlord. Chun An's strength was still inferior to 100 Swords Godlord, but his potential was greater. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed 100 Swords Godlord and 5 Ultimate Swordmaster. He might even surpass Martial Godlord. In this way, he had achieved the goal that Chun Zong had set for Chun and all those years ago. Chun Zong set off with Chun En and Yunyanxin, heading towards the ancient Mirror Chaos City. As for Taihao Mountain, there was a transcendent Saint Realm clone there, so there was no need to worry. Moreover, 100 Swords Godlord and 5 Ultimate Swordmaster were there as well, so they could fend off many external enemies. It was worth mentioning that this time, thanks to Chun Zong's guidance, 100 Swords Godlord and 5 Ultimate Swordmaster swordsmanship had improved by quite a bit. 5 Ultimate Swordmaster had also formally joined Taihao Mountain, becoming an elder instead of a guest. 3 figures appeared in the space-time temple's formation in the ancient Mirror Chaos City at the same time. They did not linger in the city for long. Instead, they quickly left the city and flew towards the ancient Mirror God dynasty. When Yunyanxin and Chun saw the huge platform for the first time, they were both surprised. Although the platform looked very simple, the profoundness contained in every pattern on it was extraordinary, and it had a great impact on everyone's mind. "Lord Guling," Chun Zong called out. First, an old voice sounded, then a baby-like person appeared. Yunyanxin and Chun were secretly surprised. However, they had been informed by Chun Zong on their way here, so they did not show it. They only kept it to themselves. "So it's you." The baby-like Lord Guling glanced at Chun Zong with some interest. He had some impression of Chun Zong. After all, it had not been long since they last met. At least for a being like Guling, a few decades was nothing. Sometimes it would be over after a nap. He did not expect Shenzong to be so powerful the last time they met. How long had it been since they last met? Shenzong's power had increased a lot. His strength had also increased a lot. The speed of his improvement was truly astonishing. However, Guling was only slightly interested. After all, he was not a human. He was just a spiritual body. Whether Shenzong was strong or weak really had nothing to do with him. Chunzong opened the gate and led Yun Yinxin and Chunin inside. Although he brought Yun Yinxin in, Yun Yinxin could not stay in the ancient Mirror God dynasty for long. After entering the ancient Mirror God dynasty, he brought Chun to the ancient Mirror Hall to take the test. With Chun An's current strength, it was not difficult for him to pass the test. There were no drawbacks to the bloodline test. He passed right away and became an outer disciple of the ancient Mirror Hall. After that, he could stay in the ancient Mirror Hall to cultivate. After that, Chunzong brought Chun in to visit Zhong Ligingming. He told him that Chun An was his son. Zhong Ligingming understood Chunzong's intentions. After knowing that Chun An was Chunzong's son, Zhong Ligingming was very enthusiastic. From now on, cultivate well. Chunzong instructed Chun An, and there was no need for him to speak any further. Presently, Chun An wasn't a child that didn't know anything. Conversely, he had his own complete views, and there was no need for Chunzong to speak any further. Bai Yi and Jing Wuxue were still in the Dark Sky Empire. Naturally, they cannot see them. Chunzong did not plan to stay for long. Because of the rules, Yun Yinxin could not stay for long. Not long after, Chunzong and Yun Yinxin formed a hand seal and left, leaving Chun An alone to cultivate. Outside the gate of the ancient Mirror God dynasty, Chunzong and Yun Yinxin stood on a huge circular platform, looking into the distance. Yinxin, from today onwards, we will travel all over the territory of the original human race, Chunzong said with a smile. Yun Yinxin smiled and nodded. The chaotic universe was vast, and the territory of the human race and origin clan was only a part of it. There was also the territory of the ancient demon race, the ancient demon race, the celestial demon race, and many other races. There was even an unexplored region beyond these territories, which was called the Outer Region. After all, the chaotic universe had only existed for a little more than 1,000 years. Compared to any era of the universe, it was still in its infancy. If the universe was compared to a person, then the chaotic universe was still in its infancy. It was the kind of infancy that had just learned to crawl. Therefore, there were still some unexplored places in the chaotic universe. Perhaps some demigods had been there, but those below the demigod level rarely set foot in them. A great cosmos naturally contained countless dangers and danger zones. Some of them were already known, while others were still unknown. Not to mention other things, the territories of the original human race and the original human race were very vast. Even a demigod would have to spend a lot of time to travel all over the territory. Chunzong planned to travel the territories of the original human race with Yun Yinxin. First, he wanted to increase his knowledge and experience so that he could increase his accumulation and foundation. Then, he might be enlightened and further improve his swordsmanship. Second, he wanted to find a more suitable place for Taihao Mountain to establish a sect. Chapter 33:28. The territory of the human clan and the origin clan was so vast that countless cultivators would not be able to explore it in their entire lives. Chunzong and Yun Yinxin began to travel and explore. Of course, with their strength, even the so-called chaotic, forbidden areas were not too dangerous. For example, the Great Flame Mountain from before. The power of the flames was shocking. Ordinary true saints did not dare to enter, and even the top true saints did not dare to enter. However, for Chunzong and Yun Yinxin, it was like there was no defense. Chunzong had thought about this before, and that was to use the Great Flame Mountain as the place where Taihao Mountain would be established. The flames in the Great Flame Mountain could temper one's body and cultivation power. If a sect was established there, it would undoubtedly be another holy land for cultivation. It would be greatly beneficial to the entire sect. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. It was too difficult. The Great Flame Mountain was huge. He could easily enter and exit it, but he could not control it. He could only look for other places. Yuanzhang Cosmo City was indeed a good place for Taihao Mountain in the past. It was very rare. However, it had become a hindrance to the current Taihao Mountain. The current Taihao Mountain was more than 100 times stronger than it had been in the past. Chunzong and Yunyanxin traveled by themselves. They did not use the teleportation array of the space-time temple. Since they were going to travel, they had to look like they were traveling. They flew by themselves. This way, they could more directly experience different sceneries. Moving Taihao Mountain to Primal Chaos City was also a good idea. After all, Primal Chaos City's cultivation environment and resources were obviously better than Yuanzhan Cosmos City's. However, Chunzong still hoped to establish Taihao Mountain in the void. It would be best if they could find a better place. If they could not find a better place, then they could only enter Primal Chaos City. Time passed slowly. Chunzong and Yunyanxin were constantly flying in the void, enjoying all kinds of sceneries. Occasionally, they would enter some cities to take a rest. No matter what level the city was at, as long as it was close to the city, it would be fine. Relaxing one's body and mind was just like going out to play. Unknowingly, it was also in line with the path of cultivation. Today, two people came to the Changrong restaurant in the Changrong Universe City. It was a man and a woman. They looked very young, and their auras were restrained. However, people with discerning eyes could tell at a glance that this man and woman were not ordinary people. They were Chunzong and Yunyanxin. Walking into the Changrong restaurant, Chunzong asked the waiter to serve a table of signature dishes and 2 jars of fine wine. He slowly tasted them with Yunyanxin. Today, Changrong Cosmic City was different from before. It was much livelier. From time to time, cultivators with powerful auras would walk out of the temporal temple, surprising everyone. It was all because of one thing. A great treasure appeared, and it was obtained by someone. There was also a group of people who chased after it in an attempt to seize that great treasure. This treasure was called the World Fragment. What was a world fragment? It was a fragment of a world that was luckily left behind after it was destroyed. Perhaps it didn't look big from the outside, but the inside was a space of its own. It could be opened up into a secret realm or something like that. It was extremely valuable. With such a great treasure, wouldn't it be the best place to start a sect? If it could form a small world of its own, then it would not be easy to be attacked by others. It could completely develop well. Even if it could not be used as a place to start a sect, it could still be used as a large backer. In short, the benefits were great. Chunzong could not help but be tempted. It was also because of this that Chunzong and Yunyanxin came to the Changrong Universe City. Obtaining the world fragment, the whereabouts of the cultivator who obtained the treasure were very secretive. He seemed to be very proficient in how to hide himself. Therefore, until now, only people knew that he had come to the Changrong Universe City, but they still did not know where he was. Even so, many powerful cultivators rushed over just to find that person's whereabouts and seize the world fragment. Chunzong and Yunyanxin also did not know where the person who obtained the world fragment was. However, since there was news that this person was appearing in the Changrong Universe City, they also followed. The world fragment. If possible, Chunzong must obtain it. Somewhere in the Changrong Universe City, in a seemingly simple house, there was a hidden mystery. The light was dim, and one could vaguely see 3 figures. 3 figures wearing black robes that covered their entire bodies. Have you found out how many people have come? The black-robed man, sitting in the middle, asked in a low and hoarse voice. There are quite a lot of people this time. Just the people on the Chaos Real Roll alone are 26. The black-robed man on the left chuckled and said, there are also more than 50 experts who are second only to the Chaos Real Roll. Let's continue to wait. The black-robed man in the middle said in a hoarse voice, it's best if a few people with enough weight come. When the time comes, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Only then will it not be in vain for us to use this treasure as bait. Boss is indeed wise. The black-robed man on the right chuckled and complimented. However, won't it be too obvious if we do this and arouse suspicion? So what if they suspect? The world fragment is real. Wealth moves people's hearts. Even if someone suspects it, they will eventually be tempted. Remember, release news of the world fragment from time to time to keep them in suspense. The black-robed man in the middle reminded, when the time comes, let them all enter the world fragment and serve our master. No one knew that the world fragment was bait. It was bait to attract more experts. Only a treasure with enough weight could attract those experts and make them take action. If it was not enough, it could only attract some ordinary cultivators. Moreover, even if it was so simple and aroused the suspicion of others, as long as there was enough weight, it would still attract many people. This was not a conspiracy. It was even an open conspiracy. From time to time, news of the world fragment would spread even further and let more people know about it, attracting more experts. Chinzong could not help but smile with a playful look on his face. With his keen mind, he immediately grasped the anomaly. Coupled with his extremely sharp senses, he immediately felt that there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands controlling everything behind the world fragment. However, Chinzong was not afraid. He only had one request, which was that the world fragment had to be real. As long as it was real, even if there was a conspiracy, it was not impossible to face it. This was the confidence brought by great power. In the current chaotic universe, excluding the 3 divine dynasties, the true saint realm experts were the strongest. There were no transcending saints at all. Even if there were, they were from the 3 divine dynasties. However, even among the transcending saints in the 3 divine dynasties, Chinzong was at the top level. The strength of an extreme, transcending saint realm expert was almost invincible. It could be said that if a demigod did not appear, no one could compete with him. Since that was the case, even if there was a conspiracy, Chinzong was confident that he could deal with it. That was why he could remain calm. Otherwise, if he was not strong enough, he would have retreated when he sensed that something was wrong and immediately left this place to avoid being involved. Then, who was controlling all of this? What was the purpose? Or could it be that this was just an illusion of his? Chinzong believed in his own feelings. There was a high chance that he would not be wrong. Time passed, and more experts arrived at Changrong University. The most powerful among them was the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord, who was ranked 5th on the Chaos Real Roll. The Imperial Thunder Divine Lord was born close to the power of thunder. After embarking on the path of cultivation, he easily comprehended the way of thunder and mastered the powerful power of the great Tao of thunder. He was very strong. The Imperial Thunder Divine Lord had only been listed on the Real Chaos Leaderboard in the past few decades and had reached the 5th place in the Real Chaos Leaderboard in less than a decade. He wasn't old, only a little over 100 years old. A genius, a peerless genius. He was young and powerful, so he naturally had extraordinary boldness and arrogance. I must obtain the world fragment, the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord thought to himself, and his eyes flashed with bolts of lightning. 5th on the Chaos Real Roll was a very high ranking. He had planned to challenge the top 4 of the Chaos Real Roll after coming out of seclusion this time and defeat them to replace them. However, he did not expect to hear the news of the world fragment and immediately rush over. He would first obtain the world fragment. As for the challenges, he could wait for a while. Finally, a piece of news suddenly spread. The person who possessed the world fragment had appeared and escaped from Changrong University, heading out of the void. Now, he was in a ruined land thousands of miles away. Very few people investigated how the news spread because they were all shocked by the words world fragment and ignited the desire in their hearts. They had to obtain such a precious treasure. Whether it was for their own use or to sell it, it had an astonishing use and value. Get it? A large group of people immediately rushed out of Changrong University at an astonishing speed. Among them, the fastest one was a bolt of lightning. It was a silver bolt of lightning that contained an extremely shocking power. It was the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord. He unleashed his full speed and was the fastest and the fastest. As for Chinzong and Yunyanxin, they left Changrong University at a leisurely pace. Since Chinzong had speculated that there was a mastermind controlling all of this, even though he was full of confidence in his own strength, he would not be blind and did not intend to charge at the front. He would first take a look and see what was going on. With his own strength, he should be able to deal with everything. If there was any conspiracy, he could just draw his sword and break it when the time came. Hundreds of cultivators, each of whom was at the true saint realm, were not weak. The most powerful ones were, of course, those who were ranked on the Chaos Real roll. These people had not had any conflicts yet. Only when they found the world fragment would a real battle break out. Chunzong and Yunyinshin slowly followed behind these people. They did not seem to be in a hurry at all. It was as if they were going on a scenic tour. They were so calm and leisurely. As the two of them followed from afar, they would chat from time to time. In the void thousands of miles away from Changrong University, there was a ruin. It was a ruin of a continent. The bolt of lightning that the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord had transformed into was leading the charge into the ruin of the continent that was hundreds of miles in radius. He was far ahead. Following that, the others rushed in one after another. In an instant, bolts of silver lightning exploded in the ruins. Shocking thunder resounded in all directions. The aura was extremely violent, as if a battle was breaking out. This battle did not last long. It was only about 10 breaths of time before the erupting lightning stopped. Stop! Don't even think about escaping. A furious voice suddenly exploded. It was like rolling thunder that shook all directions, carrying a hint of anger. Chapter 33:29. Lightning flashed again, streaking across the sky and disappearing in an instant. Over there. Quick, quick, quick. The fragment of the world is mine. No one can get it. Accompanied by furious roars, numerous figures flew over at an extremely fast speed. In the next moment, the tyrannical auras were emitted one after another, causing the people who had rushed over from behind to be surprised and bewildered. What was going on? Just a moment ago, there were still powerful auras, but after a moment, they disappeared as if they had never appeared. Were they all dead? That was not right. Even if they were killed in an instant, there should be some signs. Among them, there was the peerless expert Imperial Thunder Emperor, who was ranked 5th on the real chaotic ranking. He was extremely powerful. Who could kill him in an instant? Even Imperial Thunder Emperor, who was ranked 1st on the real chaotic ranking, could not do it. The cultivators who did not know the strength of the 3 great divine dynasties could only think of this. The level of the Saint Transcendence realm was too far away for them. Therefore, some people thought that the top 3 on the real chaos ranking board might be able to fight against a demigod. However, they did not know how powerful a demigod was. Even if a demigod stood still, did not dodge, or deliberately defended, and allowed an expert on the real chaos ranking board to attack, he would not be hurt at all. In the distance, Chunzong and Yunyinshin gradually approached the ruins of the land. Feeling the eruption and disappearance of the auras, Chunzong could not help but reveal a look of surprise. The mixed Yuan heart force spread out. Immediately, Chunzong smiled. So that was it. On the ruins of the land, a dark door appeared. It was oval-shaped, about 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide. It was like a dark water that was constantly rippling. As the gloomy aura filled the air, it seemed to be connected to another world. The people whose auras had disappeared just now had rushed into the dark door. It's getting more and more interesting. Chunzong could not help but secretly say. The people behind also noticed the dark door, but they were a little hesitant. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The fragment of the world is inside." After that, more people began to rush forward and rushed into the dark door. Gradually, hundreds of experts of the true Saint Realm rushed into the dark door and disappeared as if they had been swallowed. Chunzong and Yunyinshin appeared outside the dark door. Yunyinshin looked at Chunzong with a look of inquiry. "Let's go." After looking at the dark door for a few breaths, Chunzong's mouth suddenly hung a smile as if he had understood something. Then he stepped out, holding Yunyinshin's hand, and stepped into the dark door. In that instant, he felt as if he had passed through water. It was extremely strange. The earth was dark brown, and the color was deep and low. There were many broken places and potholes, as if it had been hit by a meteor shower. The chi of heaven and earth here was several times thinner than the outside world. To some extent, it would affect the strength of the cultivators. Of course, The strength of the experts of the true saint realm would not be affected in a short period of time. But in a long period of time, once they used up too much of their strength in battle, it would not be so easy to recover. They could only take elixirs. However, in order to fight for a treasure like the fragment of the world, some harsh environment was not unbearable. As long as they could get the fragment of the world, some of the sacrifices would be meaningful. The fragment of the world was extremely valuable. It was at least worth hundreds of millions of chaotic divine gems, or even more. Chunzong felt that there were powerful auras in the distance. It seemed that a battle was about to break out. He flew over with Yunyunshin. They seemed to be neither fast nor slow, but in fact their speed was amazing. This was a miniature world. At the center of the miniature world, a palm-sized, rhombus-shaped black crystal slowly appeared in the air. The black crystal gave off an extremely profound presence, which was enough for people to tell that it was extraordinary. It was a treasure, the core of the fragment of the world. Someone suddenly exclaimed, "Quickly refine it. As long as you refine the core, you could get the fragment of the world." A second voice sounded, immediately making everyone excited. "This item is mine. Whoever dares to touch it will die." The Imperial Thunder Divine Monarch roared. His body burst out with astonishing lightning, and he instantly charged at the prismatic black crystal. "Imperial Thunder Emperor, so what? The treasure doesn't have your name on it." Someone shouted and immediately slashed out a stunning saber light. The Imperial Thunder God Monarch's ranking was indeed very high, and his strength was also very strong. However, for a treasure like the World Fragment, no one would give in. Thus, the Imperial Thunder God Monarch, who was the strongest, became the target of everyone. He became the primary target of everyone because he was the strongest. If they didn't join forces to deal with him, the treasure would be taken away. Among the crowd, only 3 people were the calmest. Although they also took action, they didn't get too excited. They were the ones who spoke just now. Chunzong and Yunyunshin stood in the distance and concealed their auras. They were even more hidden. For a moment, no one noticed them. They were watching with interest. Chunzong's gaze even stopped on the 3 people for 2 breaths. The 3 people looked ordinary and inconspicuous. They were scattered among the hundreds of people. "You're courting death." The Imperial Thunder Emperor was furious. Among the hundreds of people present, he was the most powerful. Now, there were people who dared to compete with him and even team up to deal with him. They were simply courting death. In his fury, vast lightning suddenly shot down from the sky. Each lightning was as thick as an arm and carried a terrifying power that could destroy everything. They blasted toward the other true saints, wanting to blast them all into pieces. In one blow, more than a dozen true saints were killed. Even the immortal body couldn't withstand it. They were directly charred black and died an unnatural death. The dead true saints were more ordinary true saints. Another 7 or 8 true saints had their immortal bodies destroyed. However, they quickly recovered and retreated in fear. The other true saints either dodged or resisted the lightning, but they didn't feel good either. The peerless expert who ranked 5th on the real chaotic ranking was definitely very powerful and terrifying. After killing more than a dozen people with one blow and injuring 7 or 8, the Imperial Thunder Emperor sneered. His eyes were filled with lightning as he glanced over. "You are courting death. Whoever dares to attack again, I will kill all of you." After saying that, the Imperial Thunder Emperor reached out to grab the prismatic black crystal. He wanted to take it and refine it. That is the core of this world. Once he refines it, everyone will die. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in anger. As long as he refines the core, he will be able to control this small world. By then, he will be able to control the life and death of others. The moment he said that, another pitch-black light tore through the sky like a roaring evil dragon. It exploded with astonishing power and directly blasted towards the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord. The power of that attack was not weak at all. Even the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord felt a little threatened. Anger. Extreme anger. The Imperial Thunder Emperor was completely enraged. He had repeatedly provoked him and attacked him. Did he really think that he was made of mud? As he attacked in anger, tens of thousands of lightning bolts filled the sky. In an instant, the Imperial Thunder Emperor enveloped everyone else and forced them to retreat. The ground was constantly bombarded and holes appeared. Die! His tyrannical strength was completely unleashed. The Imperial Thunder God turned into a bolt of lightning and directly smashed the indestructible body of a true Divine Realm expert. The terrifying lightning contained an astonishing destructive power and instantly exhausted the true Divine Realm expert's strength. He was unable to recover and was directly killed. He was indeed worthy of being a peerless expert ranked 5th on the real chaotic ranking. Once he was enraged, his strength was extremely terrifying. Experts who were not on the real chaotic ranking would not be able to withstand such strength. They would either die or be injured. Lightning Cannon. The Imperial Thunder Emperor was extremely furious. He wanted to kill everyone there and obtain the prismatic black crystal. Only then could he ensure that he would not be disturbed by others. A thick silver lightning bolt was blasted out. Its power was extremely overbearing, and it shattered everything. The blow seemed to be able to shatter the world. Suddenly, another true Sage Realm expert was killed. Kill! Kill! Experts who were not on the real chaotic ranking could not fight back against the Imperial Thunder Emperor. The so-called alliance became a joke. Moreover, the Imperial Thunder Emperor intended to challenge the top 3 on the real chaotic ranking, because his power was almost twice as strong as when he was ranked 50th on the real chaotic ranking. Such strength was incomparably shocking. There was no one present who was a match for him, and he swept through everything before him. Even the 20 or so experts on the chaotic real ranking didn't dare to confront the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord head-on, because they were all ranked outside the top 10. The Imperial Thunder Emperor's power could obviously reach the top 3. The gap between his power and those below the top 10 was very obvious. In the face of absolute power, no one was a match for the Imperial Thunder Emperor. Retreat. Wealth moved people's hearts. However, more than 20 true sages had been killed consecutively. They were not cabbages. Anyone would be shocked. In particular, not only had they failed to kill the Imperial Thunder Divine Monarch, but nearly 10 of them had been killed instead. It had an extremely great impact on their minds and caused them to be extremely shocked. Seeing that everyone was retreating, the Imperial Thunder Emperor's eyes were cold and disdainful. He snorted coldly, but did not pursue. Instead, he waved his hand and blasted out a lightning sword. The sword swept across the surroundings and drew out horizontal lines. Anyone who steps into this place will die. With that, the Imperial Thunder Divine Monarch walked towards the rhombus-shaped black crystal. Among the crowd, there were 3 figures who seemed to have inadvertently walked to a spot while retreating. Their eyes met in an instant, and 2 of them had a questioning look in their eyes. The other person also received the questioning look in their eyes and immediately nodded. The 3 of them seemed to be frightened by the Imperial Thunder Emperor's power. They did not take any action. However, their eyes were strange and excited as they stared at the Imperial Thunder Emperor who was walking toward the prismatic black crystal. They watched as the Imperial Thunder Emperor stretched out his hand and grabbed the black prismatic crystal. Chapter 33:30. The palm of the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord grabbed the prismatic black crystal in an instant. Endless lightning burst out from his body and rushed to his arm. Finally, it condensed on his palm and kept attacking the prismatic black crystal in an attempt to refine it. At this moment, the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord's hair was fluttering. Every strand of his hair contained the terrifying power of thunder. His aura was boundless, and silver lightning flashed in his eyes. As long as he successfully refined the prismatic black crystal, he would be able to control this small world. The 3 people who had been provoking the Imperial Thunder Celestial Lord had stopped. It was proven that the Imperial Thunder Celestial Lord was indeed the strongest. No one present was hiding their strength and could compete with him. Since that was the case, the Imperial Thunder Celestial Lord was indeed a good choice for the Lord to use. The lightning continued to burst out, completely enveloping the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord's palm. It kept invading the prismatic black crystal and refining it. The refining process was not slow. When the other true saints were stimulated again and were about to attack again, the prismatic black crystal was immediately refined. It seemed to melt and spread to the lightning. It then flowed and finally embedded in the space between the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord's eyebrows. It made the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord look a little different from before. He had the aura of a high and mighty emperor. In the next moment, the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord suddenly let out a shrill scream. He unconsciously hugged his head with both hands and struggled. Get out of here. It was as if he was fighting against an invisible enemy. This scene immediately made everyone look at each other. Only 3 of them could not help but clench their fists. They seemed to be a little nervous. The Imperial Thunder Divine Lord's struggle did not last long. Or rather, ended very quickly. He hugged his head with both hands. His head was low as if he had lost consciousness. Only the aura on his body was spreading. There seemed to be a bit of gloominess in the violent and overbearing aura. In the next moment, a strange and wild laughter sounded from the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord's mouth. It grew louder and louder. The Imperial Thunder Divine Lord raised his head. The black prismatic crystal between his eyebrows flickered with strands of black light. His eyes also became very gloomy. When his gaze swept past, it unconsciously made people feel a chill. Ha, not bad. I didn't expect that I would be able to obtain such a body. This laughter contained a hint of mysteriousness. Lightning's spirit physique, with this body, I will be able to return to the peak. Congratulations, my lord. 3 of them immediately flashed out and knelt before the Imperial Thunder Divine Monarch. In other words, this person was no longer the Imperial Thunder Divine Monarch. The 3 of you are not bad. You have contributed greatly. The Imperial Thunder Divine Lord looked at the 3 kneeling figures with a strange smile on his face as he praised. It is our great honor to be able to serve Master, the 3 said in unison, as if they had rehearsed this many times. This scene immediately caused the other people's expressions to change greatly. They instinctively felt that something was wrong. Now that he thought about it carefully, it seemed that the news of the world fragment had appeared a little coincidental. Moreover, every time it appeared, it was very coincidental. It felt like fishing, one loose and one tight fishing. However, when they heard that such a precious treasure like the world fragment had appeared, they were immediately overwhelmed by excitement and lost their calm judgment. Of course, if they hadn't lost their calm judgment, they wouldn't have appeared here. Not everyone would be muddle-headed. There were still some who felt that something was wrong and retreated. However, there were some who felt that something was wrong but were confident in their own strength and means. They believed that even if something unexpected happened, they could still retreat. At most, they wouldn't be able to obtain the world fragment. What if they were lucky enough to obtain it? Wealth comes from danger. The world of cultivation had always been like this. If you wanted to obtain something, you would have to pay a price. If you wanted to obtain more and better, you would have to take more and greater risks. It was also because of this that the various information about the world fragment this time actually couldn't stand up to scrutiny. However, the news of the world fragment's appearance was true. It had been exposed before, and those who sensed it believed it to be true. If one person believed it to be true, 2 people wouldn't believe it, and so would 3 people. However, if more people believed it to be true, then it was very likely to be true. In the world of cultivation, when it came to opportunities, as long as there was a 20 to 30% chance of success, they would take action. Moreover, there was a 50 to 60% chance of success. It was almost impossible to reap without sowing. Therefore, this was indeed an open conspiracy, although it was very simple and would even arouse the vigilance of some sharper people. It was precisely because it was simple that it didn't arouse too much suspicion. It seemed to be a coincidence, but it also seemed to be going with the flow. No matter how meticulous a person was, they would be tempted by some benefits and lose their accurate judgment. "Who are you?" someone suddenly shouted and questioned. I am true monarch soul mastery. True monarch soul mastery smiled, and the expression on his face gave people a strange feeling. He looked gloomy and didn't look like a good person at all. True monarch soul mastery. When these 4 words came out, everyone was at a loss. They had never heard of it before. Today, I will give all of you a choice. Die or submit, divine monarch imperial thunder, or true monarch imperial soul, spoke again. Death or surrender. 2 choices. How should they choose? No one wanted to die, but they also didn't want to surrender to someone they didn't know. Suddenly, a peerless expert on the real chaotic ranking exploded with extreme speed. He even used a secret technique to increase his speed to the extreme. In an instant, he streaked across the sky and fled. Leave? This person went straight to the place where he entered, intending to leave as quickly as possible. His body turned into a shadow and seemed to merge into the void. He was undetectable, and his speed was extremely fast. At the same time, the other experts on the real chaotic ranking also exploded with extreme speed. They didn't hold back at all. They either surged with flames, flashed with wind, or escaped into the ground. They used all kinds of different methods, but they were all very clever. However, true monarch soul mastery's face was filled with mockery and contempt. Suppress. True monarch soul mastery only said one word softly. Suddenly, the low and oppressive sky above, which seemed to be about to collapse, trembled involuntarily. Immediately, an invisible force descended and landed on the escaping figures, imprisoning them. Even those who escaped into the ground were imprisoned and couldn't move. This small world is under my control. Here, I am a god that no one could defy, true monarch soul mastery said. When true monarch soul mastery said the word God, his voice was filled with indescribable passion. As he spoke, true monarch soul mastery opened his hands. An invisible force lifted his body slowly into the air. Immediately, endless lightning flashed in the low and oppressive dark clouds above. They shuttled back and forth like lightning dragons wreaking havoc. Bolts of lightning struck down and swam on the ground, covering a radius of several thousand meters. It seemed to have turned into a lightning purgatory. True monarch soul mastery stood in it like a god, standing between heaven and earth. He was extremely powerful and looked down on the world. My lord is mighty. My lord is invincible. The 3 of them seemed to have turned into fanatics. They all shouted at the top of their lungs. Then, true monarch soul mastery took action. The 20 or so peerless experts on the real chaotic ranking who had used their full speed and secret methods to escape all gathered together. These 20 or so peerless experts couldn't move. Only their eyes were filled with endless shock and fear. How could it be? How could it be? How could it be? Those who were confident in their own speed were even more flustered. Originally, they thought that even if there was any danger, they should be able to escape with their speed and secret techniques. At most, they would be hit a few times. However, with a great Tao indestructible body, they would be able to survive and not die. But now they were suppressed. The feeling of being suppressed by the whole world was extremely uncomfortable. They couldn't move and felt suffocated. This true Lord will give you one more chance. Submit or die. True Lord Soul Mastery spoke again. His voice was strange, but it also matched the sound of thunder from the thunderbolts falling from the sky. When the 2 sounds overlapped, there was an indescribable feeling of strangeness. It was as if the voice of an evil demon came from the depths of a thunderbolt purgatory, constantly shaking the minds of others. Don't even think about making me submit. A true Saint Realm expert suddenly shouted, his hair and beard fluttering in anger. It wasn't easy to cultivate to the true Saint Realm for so many years. How could he be willing to submit? Then die. True monarch soul, imperial soul, swept his gaze across the area and stared at that person as if he was looking down on the world. He pointed with his finger and a bolt of lightning shot out. The bolt of lightning was bright silver when it shot out, but it quickly turned black as if it was dyed by ink. The black lightning was so deep and dark. It emitted a terrifying, destructive might that was extremely dark and gloomy. He couldn't dodge or block it. In just an instant, the true Saint Realm expert's body was hit. The immortal body didn't work at all. He was directly smashed into pieces and turned into dust. It was even more thorough than those who were killed by the Imperial Thunder Divine Lord. Divine Monarch Soul Mastery Thunder had used his full strength to kill others. But now, true Monarch Soul Mastery Thunder, who had occupied Divine Monarch Soul Mastery Thunder, seemed to be so casual as if he didn't use much strength. Attacking with full strength and being casual were two completely different concepts. In other words, true Monarch Soul Mastery Thunder seemed to be much more powerful than Divine Monarch Soul Mastery Thunder. But that wasn't the case. True Monarch Soul Mastery Thunder occupied Divine Monarch Soul Mastery Thunder's body. His cultivation power didn't increase, and so did the power of Thunder. However, he controlled this small world. In this small world, he was the master. He was like a god. Naturally, he could borrow the power of this small world and integrate it into his own power. He could make his own power soar and achieve a situation where his strength soared. Chapter 33-31. Powerful, strange, fierce, ruthless. The soul mastery true Lord intimidated the others, and the true saints did not dare to say anything. The pressure continued to spread. It became more and more intense. It was suffocating, and the sky seemed to be collapsing, as if it was going to crush everyone. I surrender. Finally, someone could not bear the increasing pressure and spoke up. I surrender too. I'm willing to surrender. If they continued to resist, they would only be killed. Although it was not easy to cultivate to the true Saint Realm, and they were unwilling to surrender to someone, especially someone of unknown origin, they still had to make a choice in the face of death. Cultivation was not easy. If they died here, then all their efforts in the past would have been in vain. They had to survive first. Now, it could be said that they had to surrender. As long as they left this place, they could find a place to hide, and they could still be free. In any case, it was just a matter of words to surrender. Very well, you made the right choice. The soul mastery true Lord chuckled, and the black light in his eyes flickered. It was very mysterious. Now, let go of your divine souls. Don't resist. I'm going to plant a soul seed in your divine souls. What? The expressions of the true Saint Realm experts who said they would submit changed drastically. They had to let go of their divine souls. Although they did not know what a soul seed was, to let go of their divine souls without any resistance. The soul seed was definitely not something good. To most cultivators, the divine soul was extremely important, but it was relatively weak. Once a soul seed was planted, their life and death might be controlled by the other party, and they would not be able to control themselves. I'm willing to surrender, but you can't plant a soul seed, a true saint immediately said. Then die. The soul mastery, true Lord's expression suddenly became very terrifying. He pointed out again, and a silver thunderbolt instantly shot out, smashing everything in its way toward the true saint who refused to be planted a soul seed. The vacuum shook and thick ink was dyed, turning into a dark color. The destructive power was eerie and terrifying. Kill. The thunderbolt was directly smashed into pieces. Do you think a word of surrender is enough? After killing with one finger, true Monarch Soul Mastery flicked his finger and said casually, planting a soul seed is true submission. Let go of your souls obediently and let the Master plant the soul seed. Only in this way can you gain the Master's trust. The three of them said immediately. They looked like loyal lackeys who were thinking for their master. Today, the two of us have watched a good show. Just as some of the true saints were hesitating and wandering between life and death or being controlled, a chuckle suddenly sounded from not far away. He spoke so casually and leisurely. Everyone was stunned and looked at him one after another. This true monarch was wondering how long you were going to hide. However, the soul mastery perfected Lord's expression didn't change. Instead, He looked over with a hint of mockery. His eyes were extremely eerie and rippling like water. Since true monarch soul mastering was in charge of this small world, naturally, everything within this small world was within his perception and control. Of course, Chunzong and Yun Yinshin had restrained themselves. They hid their auras, but they couldn't hide from the soul mastery perfected Lord's perception. However, the soul mastery perfected Lord didn't point it out because he planned to subdue these true saints first and then deal with the two little mice who were hiding. He didn't expect them to be exposed first. Chunzong didn't care about being discovered by the other party. After all, when the soul mastery perfected Lord appeared, Chunzong felt that an invisible force had locked onto him. He thought for a moment and realized that he had been exposed. In that case, there was no need to hide for too long. In fact, Chunzong didn't want to see the so-called soul mastery perfected Lord plant a soul seed in these true saints and control their life and death. Hundreds of true saints were considered a powerful force in the territory of the human clan and the origin clan. One had to know that there were less than 10 true saints in the current Taihao Mountain. What was the concept of hundreds of true saints? Even if most of them were ordinary true saints, the true saint realm was the true saint realm, and ordinary cultivators couldn't compare to them. If hundreds of true saints were controlled by this soul mastery perfected Lord, who knew what kind of chaos would occur? No matter how one looked at it, this soul mastery perfected Lord wasn't a good person. He might disturb the territory of the human clan and the origin clan, start a war, and even affect Taihao Mountain because of this. In order to avoid future trouble, and also for other reasons, Chunzong took the initiative to speak and show himself. The group of true saints were all stunned. When? When did those two come in? Did they just come in? Or had they been in for a long time? Soul Mastery Perfected Lord, who are you? Chunzong was still somewhat curious about this. This person seemed to have just appeared and had no background. Submit to me, and you'll naturally know. Soul Mastery Perfected Lord smiled slyly. Submit. Chunzong smiled. You don't have that right. If that's the case, then die. Before Soul Mastery Perfected Lord finished speaking, he immediately raised his finger and pointed. A bright silver lightning burst forth from his fingertip, condensed and collided, releasing an extremely terrifying destructive power. It instantly pierced through the air and blasted toward Chunzong, wanting to blast him into pieces like the other true saints before. The power of this small world merged into it, as if it was dyed and soaked in thick ink, causing the lightning to turn pitch black. The destructive power it exuded was even more terrifying and carried a gloomy chill. This pitch-black thunderbolt was extremely fast and arrived in front of Chunzong in an instant. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. It was as if they could see the scene from before, watching that person being blasted into pieces by that pitch-black thunderbolt. Chunzong didn't move as if he didn't feel it, as if he couldn't react in time. However, just as the pitch-black lightning was in front of him, he raised his arm and pointed his finger like a sword. It was a simple point that didn't seem to contain any power, but the moment it hit the pitch-black lightning, it blocked the attack of the pitch-black lightning and shattered it. Everyone was stunned by this scene. This was the first person to block Soul Mastery Perfected Lord's attack, so of course it would shock everyone. Soul Mastery Perfected Lord was also very surprised. He didn't expect that someone could block his attack. This so-called Soul Mastery Perfected Lord was born with a Thunder Spirit Dharma body. Cultivating the Thunder Tao was like a fish in water, and comprehending the Thunder Tao was also very easy. They complemented each other, so his strength was much stronger than people of the same level, and he was also ranked 5th on the so-called Chaos Real ranking. The Chaos Real ranking was an authoritative ranking in the territory of the human clan. It was a powerful ranking, and those who were ranked on it were peerless experts, and Soul Mastery Perfected Lord was one of the best. After his body was occupied by Soul Mastery Perfected Lord, and he was able to absorb some of the power of this small world, the power of his attacks became even stronger, completely surpassing that of soul mastery, perfected Lord from before. Such a powerful attack couldn't even defeat his opponent, and was even blocked by his opponent's finger. Who was this person? Was his strength stronger than soul mastery, perfected Lord? As he was thinking, Chunzong pointed his finger like a sword and drew a line in the void. There was a faint cold light at the tip of his finger, and it instantly cut through the air. The sword light that seemed to be so close to the end of the world appeared in front of soul mastery, perfected Lord, and the terrifying killing intent directly attacked soul mastery, perfected Lord's divine will. Horrifying, soul mastery, perfected Lord immediately reacted and hurriedly summoned all his strength to resist the cutting of the sword light. At the same time, his divine will was raised to the extreme to block the attack of the killing intent, but he was instantly pushed back hundreds of meters. Under the surging sword chi, his body was attacked and seemed to be constantly being cut. Chunzong's normal strength was in the saint realm. Even if he didn't draw his sword and use his finger as a sword, he could still exert the strength of the saint realm. Soul mastery, perfected Lord himself, was only in the true saint realm. Even if he was possessed by soul mastery, perfected Lord, with this small world, his strength was still in the true saint realm, which was equivalent to the level of a top demon king. This scene immediately caused the true saint realm experts to be extremely shocked. Who was this person? His strength was so powerful and terrifying that it was simply shocking. Who are you? Soul mastery, perfected Lord dispelled the sword chi that invaded his body while staring at Chunzong. His eyes became darker and deeper, and his tone was extremely eerie. Master of Taihao Mountain, peerless sword, Saint Chunzong. Chunzong replied, neither too fast nor too slow. The top 10 on the Chaos True ranking would change their titles accordingly. Typically, they would be given the title of Divine Lord. For example, the Palace Lord of the Xian Flame Divine Palace was called Xian Flame Divine Lord. For example, the 5th on the Chaos True ranking was Imperial Thunder Divine Lord. The 2nd and 3rd were 5 Ultimate Sword Divine Lord and 100 Sword Divine Lord. The 1st on the Chaos True ranking was Martial Divine Lord. However, Chunzong didn't challenge the top 10 of the Chaotic Real ranking because it wasn't necessary. Now, Chunzong's strength had already surpassed the level of the Chaotic Real ranking. Even Martial Divine Lord, who was first on the Chaotic Real ranking, couldn't compare with Chunzong. Therefore, Chunzong had been called Peerless Sword Saint until now. But now, everyone had an idea. This person shouldn't be Peerless Sword Saint, but Peerless Divine Sword Saint. With such strength, he definitely had the strength of the top 10 of the Chaotic Real ranking, or even the top 5. I don't care who you are, I'll give you a chance. Soul Mastery True Lord stared at Chunzong and said in a strange voice, submit to me, and I'll give you a supreme opportunity to become a demigod. You're not even a demigod. How can you have an opportunity? Chunzong smiled disapprovingly. If there was an opportunity to become a demigod, of course, he would use it first before anything else. Soul Mastery True Lord's expression became gloomier, as if Chunzong had poked his sore spot. He did have an opportunity to become a demigod, but unfortunately, there were some accidents that led to failure. That was why he had fallen to this point. Otherwise, he would have been a demigod already. He didn't need to attack a group of ants and control them. Angering me won't do you any good. Soul Mastery True Lord's long hair suddenly fluttered in the wind. Chapter 33-32. Brothers, Dominator of 6 realms, went out to do something today and came back late. The wind howled and swept across the world. Thunder roared and rumbled in all directions. Perfected Cultivator of Soul Mastery floated in the air. Countless thunderbolts struck down behind him. They roared like angry dragons and released terrifying power wantonly, as if they were going to destroy the world. An extremely powerful aura rose from Perfected Cultivator of Soul Mastery, surpassing the original limit and climbing higher and stronger. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a demon god who had descended to the world. His dark and deep eyes kept turning like two vortexes that could devour everything. When people looked into his eyes, they could not help but feel that their divine souls were about to be pulled out and devoured. It was extremely horrifying, and they quickly looked away, not daring to look at him again. Chunzong stared at the true lord of the soul mastery sect fearlessly with an indifferent expression. He immediately sensed that the other party's eyes were like two whirlpools that spun endlessly, making his soul restless, as if it was about to leave his body and enter the other party's eye whirlpools, where it would be devoured and killed. However, Chunzong's divine soul was very strong, and the strength of his divine will was even more shocking. Therefore, he was not affected at all. Chunzong wanted to see what other tricks perfected cultivator of soul mastery had, even if this was a small world controlled by him. Seal, perfected cultivator of soul mastery, suddenly pointed at Chunzong. That finger seemed to contain a kind of supreme mystery. Instantly, Chunzong felt an invisible force descend and oppress him from all directions. It also seemed that some kind of power was being drawn away. The chi of heaven and earth disappeared completely and could not be sensed at all. Even the great way disappeared and could not be sensed. Seeing that perfected cultivator of heaven and earth was sealed without any resistance, perfected cultivator of soul mastery suddenly showed a sinister smile. In this world, I am God and I control everything. I deprive you of the chi of heaven and earth and great way of heaven and earth. No matter how strong you are at my mercy. Hearing this, the other true saints' expressions changed greatly. To a cultivator, the yuan chi of heaven and earth and the great Tao of heaven and earth were extremely important. If they disappeared, the cultivator's strength would be greatly reduced, directly weakening by more than half. Moreover, once the cultivator's strength was exhausted, it would be difficult to recover. Once the cultivator was injured, the consumption of the cultivator's cultivation would be even faster. It could be said that once one was deprived of the chi of heaven and earth and the great Tao of heaven and earth, one would be like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. And Chunzong, on the other hand, was neither fast nor slow. He looked calm and composed, as if he was not worried at all. What? The soul mastery perfected lord was confused. What did the other party mean? Are there any other methods? Chunzong said with a smile on his face. The other true saints were dumbfounded. They thought that Chunzong was crazy. The yuan chi of heaven and earth and the great Tao of heaven and earth had been taken away by the other party, which was equivalent to a tiger without its teeth and claws. The threat had been greatly reduced. Was this still not enough? What they did not know was that Chunzong did not rely on the yuan chi of heaven and earth and the great Tao of heaven and earth from the outside world at all. The universe immortal body was self-contained and circulated endlessly. His cultivation was self-satisfied, and his sword principle was in his body. He did not rely on external forces and was not affected at all. Therefore, the soul mastery perfected lord's so-called sealing and depriving Chunzong of the yuan chi of heaven and earth and the great Tao of heaven and earth was purely useless. It's enough. The soul mastery perfected lord also understood Chunzong's meaning. His face immediately darkened, and his voice was gloomy with a hint of anger. He attacked again. With a boom, a terrifying bolt of lightning as thick as a waist shot down from the low and oppressive dark clouds in the sky like a roaring dragon. The black lightning was extremely deep, and its aura was boundless and oppressive, as if it was going to destroy everything. The aura was more than twice as powerful as before, causing the expressions of the true sage realm experts to change drastically. Even the 20 or so peerless experts on the chaotic real roll were the same. Such an attack might be enough to kill them, let alone when they were deprived of the chi of heaven and earth and the great way of heaven and earth. Chunzong shook his head slightly. With a wave of his right hand, the heavenly will sword was unsheathed, and he slashed out twice in an instant. The first sword slashed directly into the sky, shattering the pitch-black destructive thunderbolt. It completely shattered it like a hot knife through butter. The second slash went straight for the soul mastery perfected Lord. Unexpectedly and unstoppably, it hit the soul mastery perfected Lord. When the soul mastery perfected Lord was hit by Chunzong's sword, his face was still full of shock and disbelief. How could this be? Hadn't he been sealed and deprived of the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth and the great Tao of heaven and earth? How could he still display such powerful strength? It did not make sense. Under that slash, the soul mastery perfected Lord's body was directly cut in half, but it quickly healed. His powerful cultivation, especially in this small world, made the soul mastery perfected Lord's cultivation power vast. It was not so easy to kill him. Die! The soul mastery perfected Lord, who had come to his senses, was completely enraged. Heaven and earth roared and shook continuously. His powerful strength turned into bolts of lightning and struck down from the sky. The pitch-black destructive lightning did not hit Chunzong, but hit the soul mastery perfected Lord himself. Was he going to commit suicide? No, as the bolts of lightning hit the soul mastery perfected Lord, his aura rose and instantly rose wildly. It kept rising and rising, becoming more and more powerful. Finally, bathed in the dark lightning, he was like a thunder demon god who had walked out of the darkness, insufferably arrogant. Chunzong's expression was somewhat solemn, but there was more excitement in his eyes. Very powerful. In such a state, the soul mastery perfected Lord's strength was very powerful. He had already surpassed the true saint realm and reached the transcendent saint realm. Moreover, he did not stop. He kept rising and becoming more and more powerful. An ordinary transcendent saint realm was constantly approaching the peak transcendent saint realm. Only when he reached the peak transcendent saint realm did he stabilize. The strength of the peak transcendent saint realm could be said to be invincible outside the three great divine dynasties. The terrifying aura continued to spread like raging waves, causing the expressions of the hundreds of true saints to change drastically. They felt an indescribable pressure on their bodies, causing them to feel extremely oppressed. It was as if they were about to be suppressed and unable to move in front of this pressure. Uncomfortable. It was very uncomfortable, but also very frightening. The strength of this aura was already extraordinary and immeasurable. How could it be so terrifying? Was this still the true saint realm? Compared to the soul mastery perfected Lord before, the soul mastery perfected Lord's aura was many times stronger. It was completely different. You no longer have the chance to regret. I'm going to refine you into a soul slave and order you around for eternity. The soul mastery perfected Lord's voice rang out one after another. It was as if many people were saying the same thing at the same time. Each voice had a different tone. Some were sharp, some were low, some were high, and some were hoarse. When they gathered into that voice, it contained an indescribable, terrifying aura. It was extremely eerie, causing people to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts and tremble all over. Voice as he landed, the soul mastery perfected Lord attacked again. His 5 fingers were like mountains as they bombarded the air with terrifying aura. It was as if it was going to shatter everything and directly hit Chunzong. Heaven and earth roared as countless lightning bolts burst forth, surging endlessly as if they could destroy everything. The power of this attack was indeed very strong. It was so strong that Chunzong's expression turned solemn. Slash! Eternal star. The ancient shadow of the star suddenly appeared in the void. It rotated as if it had descended from an ancient time and space to this small world. It carried an incomparably domineering aura as it forcefully pressed forward in an extremely domineering manner. The star bombarded, and the giant palm swept across the sky. The two sides collided for a moment. In the next moment, the pitch-black lightning on the giant palm burst forth, raging endlessly and extremely violent. It immediately shattered the shadow of the star. Without the ancient divine sword armor, Chunzong's strength was only at the level of an ordinary Transcendent Saint Realm. He might be stronger than an ordinary Transcendent Saint Realm expert, but he was still unable to reach the level of a top Transcendent Saint Realm expert. After the giant palm shattered the shadow of the star, it continued to bombard Chunzong, wanting to suppress and capture him. Chunzong's figure flashed as he dodged directly. However, the giant palm was extremely agile. It also carried a terrifying aura as it attacked Chunzong's spiritual soul directly. "Here, I'm a god. You're all ants." Soul Mastery, True Lord roared angrily. It was as if countless voices had sounded at the same time, overlapping endlessly. "It's too early for you to be happy," Chunzong replied unhurriedly. He immediately activated the ancient divine sword armor and instantly armed himself. The dark golden ancient divine sword armor covered every part of his body, immediately causing Chunzong's aura to soar to an indescribable level. Hundreds of true saints had already retreated far away because the aura emitted by Soul Mastery True Lord was too strong, exceeding what they could withstand. However, now that they had witnessed Chunzong's change with their own eyes, they were even more shocked. What was going on? This world seemed to have become unfamiliar to them all of a sudden. The strength of this aura, had it completely surpassed the level of true Saint Realm? Was this still a true Saint Realm expert? Was he a demigod? Some of the more inexperienced true saints couldn't help but secretly guess. Seeing Chunzong's dark golden armor appear on his body and his aura soar, Soul Mastery True Lord's expression couldn't help but change drastically. Where did this person come from? Why did he have such a terrifying technique? With the king-grade ancient divine sword armor on his body, Chunzong's strength soared to the extreme, reaching the ultimate Saint Realm level. With such tyrannical strength, he looked down on the world and had a feeling that he could easily break this small world. A sword light suddenly flashed, making it impossible for people to see how Chunzong attacked because the speed of the sword was too fast. It was so fast that it surpassed everything. The giant palm was immediately split open, and all the lightning was shattered. In the next breath, Chunzong's figure flashed, and he became one with his sword. He directly approached Soul Mastery True Lord and slashed out with his sword. One-mind sword technique. The supreme slaughter was boundless. Under the direct impact, Soul Mastery True Lord's expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but frown. His reaction was too slow, and he was immediately hit by the sword. His tyrannical body that was like a thunder demon god was immediately cut in half. Sword chi raged wildly in his body, wantonly destroying his body and consuming his cultivation. Chapter 33:33. Sword chi wreaked havoc. True Monarch Soul Mastery was horrified. How could this be? How could this be? His strength was so strong that he was invincible in the world. Moreover, it was in this small world that he controlled. How could someone be so strong? The power of heaven and earth transformed into bolts of lightning that shot through the air like dragons. They rushed into True Monarch Soul Mastery's body, replenishing his energy and shattering and expelling the sword chi that had invaded his body. In the next second, Soul Mastery Perfected Cultivator waved his hand and black thunderbolts immediately condensed into thick long spears. The long spears flickered with lightning and released an incomparably terrifying power. They locked onto Chunzong, and the power of destruction surged endlessly. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous lightning spears smashed through the air as if they wanted to smash everything in front of them into smithereens. Chunzong smiled faintly and slashed out with his sword. The sword light wreaked havoc and was vast and boundless. The momentum was unstoppable, as if it was invincible, and it shattered the dark lightning spears one after another. The difference between an apex Transcendent Saint stage and an extreme Transcendent Saint stage was still very obvious. Soul Mastery Immortal continued to display his powerful strength, but he couldn't do anything to Chunzong. Instead, he was constantly suppressed by Chunzong's sword. Even though they were in this small world and under the control of true immortal imperial soul, they posed little threat to Chunzong because Chunzong did not rely on the heaven and earth Yuan Qi and great Tao of heaven and earth in the outside world. Therefore, his strength was not affected. However, it was difficult to kill the soul mastery true monarch in this small world. Once he was injured, he could immediately recover with the power of this small world. He was even more difficult to deal with than other top transcendent saints. Primordial chaos heart force quintuple eruption. Divine firmament. The sword pierced through the air, taking away all the brilliance in the world. Darkness suddenly descended, and only a blazing light flashed by. This sword was invincible, and nothing in the world could resist it. Everything was cut apart. Even if the soul mastery, true immortal, desperately consumed the power of this small world to resist it, he could not do it. The difference was too great. Cut. His body was cut in half once again. The terrifying sword chi was wreaking havoc in his body, consuming his strength at an insane rate. The second sword, Taihao. The true sun rose into the sky, burning with the terrifying Taihao primordial fire. It was as if it was going to burn the heavens and hit the body of the soul mastery, perfected Lord. It burned continuously, as if it was going to burn him to ashes. The third sword, all things between heaven and earth returned to ruins. Pitch-black sword light filled the surroundings as boundless power of annihilation. Annihilation and destruction gathered and tore through the air. After 3 consecutive strikes, even with the support of the power of this small world, true monarch soul mastering was unable to withstand them. His body was unable to recover and was directly destroyed. A sharp scream suddenly sounded, as if it was the cry of an evil ghost from the 9 Serenities hell, spreading out layers of terrifying sound waves. The expressions of the true saints in the distance changed drastically. They only felt that their divine souls were swaying, as if they were being attacked by an invisible force and were about to be torn apart. It was excruciating. A black light, which seemed to have a strange human face, pierced through the air, passing through the sword light that Chunzong had slashed out and instantly rushed to the front of Chunzong. In the next moment, it turned into wisps of black smoke and spread out. It wrapped Chunzong like a fog, and then drilled into Chunzong's head unstoppably. Inside, in Chunzong's sea of consciousness, a black smoke billowed and spread out, turning into a human face. You forced me to do this. If I'm not having a good time, you won't have a good time either. Overlapping voices suddenly sounded, and it was extremely mysterious, reverberating in Chunzong's sea of consciousness. You're thinking too much. Chunzong's consciousness appeared. In the next moment, the 18 evil-suppressing godly swords separated a wisp of sword chi, turning into a heaven-sealing absolute land demon suppressing formation, directly sealing and suppressing the mysterious human face. What did you do? The person's face revealed an extremely panicked expression. He rushed left and right, but not only was he unable to break out, but he was also suppressed by the heaven-sealing absolute land demon suppressing formation. He was also counterattacked by the sword chi of the 18 evil suppressing godly swords. He was in extreme pain and wailed incessantly. Chunzong did not intend to pay any more attention to the human face. Instead, he suppressed and refined it. This small world was obviously controlled by this person. Only by suppressing and refining it could Chunzong obtain the ownership of this small world. Wails continued to sound, but it could not stop the process of being refined. Under the suppression of the 18 evil suppressing godly swords, the difficulty of refining was not high. Not long after, the soul of the soul controlling true monarch was completely refined by Chunzong. Chunzong sorted out the information he obtained after refining. Soul planting technique. This was the true method that the soul-controlling true monarch had grasped. It was a unique secret technique to control others. In other words, he planted a soul seed in the soul of others and then controlled them for his own use. Everything about life and death was under his control. Just now, the soul-controlling true monarch had made hundreds of true saints submit to him for this purpose. He had planted a soul seed in their souls and then controlled them. As long as he succeeded, he would have hundreds of true saints as his subordinates, and they would be under his control. If he wanted them to live, they would live. If he wanted them to die, they would die. In terms of strength alone, the soul-controlling true monarch was not strong enough. His true strength was the secret technique, the soul-planting technique. Unfortunately, he encountered Qinzong before he could use it. The soul-controlling true monarch was not from this universe era, but from the core universe in the previous universe era. He failed to become a demigod, but because he cultivated the soul-planting technique, his soul was preserved. He was lucky enough to be integrated into a world fragment and evolved into the core of the world fragment. This time, the world fragment appeared in the void turbulence and was obtained by someone. He entered the small world in the world fragment and thought that he had obtained a huge opportunity. Unexpectedly, when he refined the core of the world fragment, he awakened the soul-controlling true monarch's soul and then controlled it. Under the command of the soul-controlling true monarch, a simple plan was made to attract more experts and prepare for the soul-controlling true monarch to control it. Once the soul-controlling true monarch controlled these hundreds of true saints, his strength would reach a terrifying height because the soul-planting technique had three major characteristics. The first characteristic was to control everything about others. The second characteristic was to use the soul-planting technique to plant a soul seed in the soul of others. The second characteristic was that after using the soul-planting technique to plant a soul seed in the soul of others, he could obtain a 10% increase in the soul power of this person, thus increasing his own soul power. The third characteristic was that he could actively use the secret technique to extract a part of the soul power of the person who was planted with the soul seed, greatly increasing his own soul power in a short period of time. A 10% increase was 1%. Different cultivators had different strengths and weaknesses of their souls. Therefore, the 1% increase was also strong and weak. However, when a number was large, the increase was still very considerable. However, the advantages were very obvious, and the disadvantages were also very obvious. After obtaining a person's soul power, he would have to bear an additional 10%. Thoughts. Perhaps bearing a few thoughts was nothing, but once he bore a lot of thoughts, it would become very chaotic and obviously affect his clarity of mind. However, if he only bore a few thoughts, the increase in soul power brought by the soul planting technique was very small and insignificant. It was equivalent to being useless. In short, the more obvious the increase in soul power was, the stronger and more chaotic the thoughts he had to bear. The advantages and disadvantages were equally obvious. As for the third characteristic, extracting the soul power of soul guards to strengthen himself in a short period of time could indeed increase his soul power more obviously, up to 2 or even 3 or 4 times. However, there was also an upper limit of what he could bear. Once the upper limit was exceeded, his soul would be damaged or even explode. This soul planting technique was indeed a very amazing secret technique, but Qinzong had no plans to cultivate it because its drawbacks were too obvious. But even if he didn't cultivate it, it didn't mean he would give up. The soul planting technique was quite profound and mysterious, and it was worth studying. Who knows, he might be able to get some inspiration from it. Things that were not suitable for him did not mean that they were useless. Whether he could discover the value of it depended on his concept and ability. In addition to the information about the soul planting technique, there was some information about the soul-controlling true monarch, which gave Qinzong some understanding. That was all. The other thing was very important to Qinzong. What Qinzong wanted this time was the control of this small world, or directly this world fragment. After Qinzong refined the soul-controlling true monarch, the core origin of the world also became an ownerless object and appeared not far in front of Qinzong. Hundreds of true saints dared not come over to snatch it. As for the three people who were controlled by the soul-controlling true monarch, they also died as the soul-controlling true monarch was refined by Chunzong. Chunzong reached out and directly grabbed the prismatic black crystal. Mixed Yuan heart force poured into it in an instant and refined it. Not long after, Chunzong completely refined the prismatic crystal and turned it into a mark that appeared on the back of Chunzong's hand. Chunzong immediately felt a sense of familiarity with this small world. He knew much about it, and its power was also under his control. A feeling of being a god arose spontaneously. It was no wonder that the soul-controlling true monarch was like that. His mind was not very clear because of the soul-planning technique. Under the impact of this feeling, of course, he felt that he was invincible. Chunzong carefully sensed that the chi of heaven and earth in this small world was very thin, especially after being consumed by the soul-controlling true monarch. It was much thinner and was quite scarce. However, these were all trivial matters. It wasn't as if the Yuan Qi of the world couldn't be restored, and it wasn't as if the great Tao of the world couldn't be strengthened. As long as they could obtain this fragment of the world, they could obtain this miniature world. That way, the Taihao Mountain would have a truly suitable place to settle down. They could properly establish a sect and pass down their legacies. Let's go. Chunzong's gaze swept across them before he revealed a smile and said, "Thank you, peerless Sword Saint. Thank you, Sword Saint, for saving our lives." After the group of true Sage Realm experts bowed and thanked him, they immediately left quickly. The danger of this trip was beyond their expectations. Now that they could leave alive, they were all very surprised. A feeling of surviving a disaster arose spontaneously. Chapter 33-34. On the ruined land hundreds of miles in size, there was a dark door. The dark light on the door rippled like water, creating layers of ripples. Immediately, a figure appeared, followed by a second, a third. One figure after another rushed out of the door. There were hundreds of them in total. They were the true Saint Realm experts who had come out of the small world alive. The previous experience made them feel like they were dreaming. First, it was the world fragment. Then it was the soul mastery, true monarch. They thought that this time they would either die or surrender to the soul mastery, true monarch, and be planted with the so-called soul seed. Their life and death were controlled by him. They did not expect that there would be a peerless sword saint. It was one thing for a peerless sword saint to appear, but they did not expect this peerless sword saint to be so powerful that he could suppress the soul mastery, true monarch. What was more, they did not expect that the soul mastery, true monarch strength could erupt to such a terrifying and indescribable level. It was the same for the peerless sword saint. Hundreds of true Saint Realm experts had cultivated for at least 100 years, or even a few hundred years, or nearly 1,000 years. Countless years of concepts and cognition were overturned at once. How could someone be so powerful, far surpassing the true Saint Realm they knew? It was unimaginable. Hundreds of true Saint Realm experts were still in shock and left one after another. The news about the fight for the world fragment would also spread with them and let more people know. In the small world fragment, only Chunzong and Yunyanxin were left here. Although the process of obtaining this world fragment was a little tortuous, Chunzong and Yunyanxin were still very happy. What's more, the process was not so much a tortuous process as a good show. Even if Chunzong made a move in the end, the opponent was not very strong and could not bring much threat and pressure to Chunzong. "Nianxin, I'm going to start transforming this small world," Chunzong said to Yunyanxin. Yunyanxin nodded. The reason why Chunzong said this was to remind Yunyanxin not to miss this opportunity. The dark, golden, ancient, divine sword armor instantly covered every inch of his body, and an extremely tyrannical aura spread out, suppressing the surroundings. Yunyanxin, who was standing at the side, immediately felt his entire body become heavy, as if he was about to suffocate. He was extremely shocked, And even though this wasn't the first time he had seen or felt this, he still couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Void aperture acupoints. Open. This time, Chinzong was going all out. He immediately opened all his void aperture acupoints. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep up with the consumption of his strength. As the void aperture acupoints opened, a shocking aura filled the air, becoming more and more tyrannical. He drew his sword and slashed. Chinzong displayed the one-mind swordsmanship. His sword broke through the air and slashed toward the sky. The powerful sword light suddenly cut a hole in the dark and gloomy sky, as if it was going to cut through the clouds and penetrate the sky. Chinzong wanted to start transforming this small world into a secret realm suitable for Mount Taihao to establish his sect. Otherwise, this small world wouldn't be suitable for cultivation at all. What was Mount Taihao? It was a sect of the Way of the Sword. Different sects required different environments. As a sect of the Way of the Sword, it naturally needed an environment suitable for the Way of the Sword to be established. Only then would it be able to cultivate better and pass on better. For example, if a sect that specialized in the Way of the Fire was established in a place with dense water vapor, it would affect the development and inheritance of the sect from the very beginning. It would be even more difficult for the sect to grow stronger. Now, Chinzong. The goal of the sect was to continuously develop this small world into a secret realm rich in the Way of the Sword. This would be suitable for Mount Taihao to establish the sect. Slash, slash, slash. Chinzong's sword was like a giant axe that could split the heavens and earth. Chinzong also seemed to have transformed into an ancient god that could split the heavens and earth. He wantonly unleashed his power, constantly splitting open the sky, gradually changing the sky that seemed like it was about to collapse. As the sky was constantly being split open, an indescribable understanding spread out. It was very fine, but it gathered bit by bit. Yunyanxin watched from afar. The swordsmanship that seemed to split the heavens and earth gave her an indescribable inspiration. After refining the bloodline of the heavenly fire sacred phoenix and improving her own bloodline of the star-scorching true phoenix, Yunyanxin's strength and potential had increased significantly. Her comprehension had also increased significantly. Therefore, she was able to understand more of the subtleties of Chinzong's swordsmanship, which gave her even greater inspiration. The gloomy and oppressive sky was constantly being split open by Chinzong's sword. Sword light crisscrossed and sword scars spread out in all directions. The dark clouds were constantly being shattered. Strands of multicolored light shone through the thick and gloomy dark clouds, bringing light and hope. The multicolored light crisscrossed and sprinkled down, landing on Chinzong's body. Chinzong suddenly paused. His sword-wielding figure seemed to be frozen. He stood in the void without moving an inch. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Under the dark golden helmet, Chinzong's eyes flickered incessantly. The countless rays of light in his eyes were like streaks of sword light, each of which contained unparalleled mysteries. On the 4th breath, the countless rays of light in Chinzong's eyes suddenly disappeared. It was as if he had understood something. He slashed out with his sword again. This time, it was also the single heart sword technique. However, the moment the sword was slashed out, it was somewhat different from the previous single heart sword technique. Its charm was different. It seemed to have an additional majestic power, a power that could split the heavens and earth, causing people to raise their eyebrows. As a result, the power of the single heart sword technique increased by several times. It became more and more tyrannical, causing Chinzong's strength to improve further. At the current level of strength, it was very difficult to improve. Chinzong had traveled the void of the universe to increase his knowledge and foundation. Perhaps he would be enlightened at any time. He did not expect that he would be able to obtain this world fragment by chance. He opened up a small world in this world fragment and transformed it. It was also a great opportunity that could allow him to have a deeper and more intuitive understanding of heaven and earth and the universe. Thus, he could improve his foundation and be enlightened. Under the enlightenment, he would be enlightened. His swordsmanship would also improve and improve. Shenzong stood in the same place. His feet did not move an inch, but his sword seemed to be able to move both near and far. The sword light raged. It was dozens of meters near, thousands, tens of thousands, and hundreds of thousands of meters away. This small world was actually not large. It was only dozens of miles in size. It was still not enough to be a sex base. Therefore, it needed to be opened up. It needed to be stabilized first and then slowly expanded. This world fragment now belonged to Chunzong. Chunzong's sword would not hurt it because Chunzong knew what to do. As Chunzong continued to perform his swordsmanship, the originally gloomy and dark sky, which seemed to be about to collapse, became bright and clear. It seemed to be rising, so people would not feel pressure anymore. The power in the void acupoints was constantly being consumed. In the end, the power in 7 void acupoints was depleted. Chunzong's cultivation was also depleted. However, Chunzong did not stop. Without the power of cultivation, Chunzong's divine will was almost depleted. However, it did not mean that Chunzong's sword had no power. It was a surge of sword intent, an extremely powerful sword intent that could cut through everything, a boundless and unparalleled might that could split the heavens and the earth apart. Slash! Slash! Without the support of his cultivation and the power of the divine intent, the sword intent of the sword of heart and soul seemed to gradually fuse with the supreme will of creation, causing the already powerful sword intent to undergo a change, a metamorphosis towards a more profound and powerful transformation. It was getting stronger and purer. It was a pure sword will, and pure swordsmanship. It was so pure that the power of each stroke was pure. When the last stroke was made, the sword light tore through the air. It seemed to split the sky, leaving a long sword mark. The sword mark emitted an extremely terrifying sword power that filled the air. It fell down and landed on the ground. However, it did not disappear. Instead, it solidified into a brand. The sword will on that sword mark was incomparably tyrannical and mysterious, as if it contained countless mysteries. After making that stroke, Chunzong sheathed his sword. His sword will condensed around him. Not only did it not dissipate, it became more condensed, more solid, and more powerful. It was even more shocking. Countless insights about swordsmanship flashed in his mind. In the end, they returned to silence. Chunzong could not help but laugh. Great. It was too great. Now, without the ancient god sword armor, I can compete with a top transcendent saint realm expert with my own strength, Chunzong speculated. The improvement that this earth-shattering experience brought to him was astonishing. In the next moment, Chunzong waved his hand and pieces of chaotic divine crystals flew out. These chaotic divine crystals were obtained by the two of them during their travels in the universe. There were tens of millions of them in total. It was a shocking amount of wealth. However, Chunzong took them all out. Now that the chi of heaven and earth in the mini-world was scarce, it was time to replenish it. The normal way to replenish it was to take the initiative to absorb the chi of heaven and earth from the outside world. However, the efficiency was relatively low, and it usually took a long time. The other way was to use things like chaotic divine crystals that contain the chi of heaven and earth to release power in the world fragment to replenish it. Tens of millions of chaotic divine crystals shattered. Wisps of chi of heaven and earth were immediately released. They continued to spread and became more and more vigorous. This small world only had a radius of a few dozen miles. The yuan chi of heaven and earth released by the tens of millions of chaotic divine crystals was quite dense. It spread out in all directions, turning into balls of rolling essence chi that swept out in all directions like a storm. It was majestic. As the chi of heaven and earth was released from the chaotic divine crystals, the mini-world began to change. The skies seemed to be getting higher and clearer. There was a trace of life quietly growing. Although it was still very weak, it represented the changes in the mini-world. Seeing the mini-world slowly change with his own eyes was also a kind of accumulation. However, tens of millions of chaotic divine crystals were not enough. It was far from enough to make the mini-world truly transform. They needed more. Chunzong estimated that at least hundreds of millions of chaotic divine crystals were needed to make the mini-world truly change. A few 100 million chaotic divine gems. Even in the 3 divine dynasties, it would not be easy to obtain such an amount. Chapter 33-35. Inside the mini-world, the sky was high and the ground was wide. Vital chi surged and turned into gusts of wind that blew across the mini-world. Compared to before, the mini-world seemed to have changed greatly. Even the soul mastery true lord would be surprised if he was reborn. However, Chunzong was still not satisfied. It was not enough, far from enough. The earth-shattering transformation and the consumption of tens of millions of chaotic divine crystals was only the beginning of the transformation. It was only the initial transformation. More transformations were needed before this mini-world could truly become the foundation of the Taihao Mountain sect. Now, it was not enough. Chunzong thought carefully. He had read many books and learned a lot of information. After searching, he finally found the treasure needed to transform the mini-world, or rather, the most suitable treasure. The first was the world tree. If the world tree took root in a mini-world, it could grow together with the mini-world. It was not impossible for it to eventually become a large world, but it would take a long time. Although it took a long time, it also meant that it had unlimited potential. The second was the Eye of Vital Chi. The so-called Eye of Vital Chi was a treasure that could automatically absorb the vital chi of heaven and earth and the void. It was usually born from heaven and earth and the void. It could not be created by humans. Perhaps a demigod expert could do it. As long as the Eye of Vital Chi was integrated into the mini-world, it could accelerate the absorption of the vital chi of heaven and earth from the outside world and increase the mini-world strength. The third was the core origin of other worlds. If the core origin of other worlds were integrated into the mini-world, it could also greatly strengthen and improve the mini-world. However, whether it was the world tree, the Eye of Vitality, or the core source of other worlds, they were all precious treasures. Their value would not be inferior to this world fragment at all, and might even surpass it. It would not be so easy to obtain them. Chunzong and Yunyanxin appeared outside the mini-world. With a wave of their hand, the world fragment immediately fell into Chunzong's hand. It seemed to be integrated into the back of his hand. The world fragment could not be stored in a storage artifact. It could only be temporarily integrated into one's body after being refined. Let's go. Chunzong looked at Yunyanxin. He took her slender hand and took a step forward. They turned into 2 streaks of sword light and flew across the sky. They flew directly to the nearest universe city, Jinbao Tower and Tianji Tower. Chunzong first placed an order with the treasure tower for the world tree, the Eye of Primordial Chi, and the core of the world. If any of these treasures appeared, he must be notified. Similarly, he placed an order with the Tianji Tower. If there was any news about these 3 treasures, he must be notified as soon as possible. The headquarters of the Tianji building was in the ancient Zhao God dynasty, while the headquarters of the Jinbao building was in the Heaven Heart God dynasty. After placing an order for Jinbao Tower and Tianji Tower, Chunzong continued to travel the universe and void with Yunyanxin. He couldn't completely pin his hopes on Jinbao Tower and Tianji Tower. They weren't omnipotent, and he had to work hard. Who knew when he would find it? It should be known that the value of these 3 treasures was extremely shocking. Even if Jinbao Tower obtained them, there would be a lot of people who wanted to buy them. The competition would be fierce. Just as Chunzong and Yunyanxin continued to travel the universe void, in the Dark Sky Empire of the Demonkin Universe-era fragment relic, a genius of the ancient divine dynasty who had sneaked into the Dark Sky Empire entered a cave. He did not enter voluntarily, But because he had hunted down a Demon King-level expert and refined his bloodline, he was discovered and hunted down. He could not defeat the enemy and could only escape. When he found this cave, he had no choice but to burrow into the cave. The cave seemed to have no end. It was like a head, and he kept going down. His pursuers also kept chasing him. However, this cave actually had an end. Finally, this person rushed to the deepest part of the cave. This place was already 10,000 meters underground. It was extremely deep and shocking. The deepest part of the cave was pitch black. This genius from the ancient Zhao God dynasty was extremely vigilant. His eyes flashed with rays of light as he stared, but he couldn't see through the darkness. As he walked, as he got closer, he vaguely saw a figure. It was a strange figure that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. In the darkness, it was unfathomable like a ghost. The genius from the ancient Zhao God dynasty's expression changed drastically. He was extremely frightened. He completely gathered his cultivation, and the gourd at his waist trembled as if something was about to emerge from it. This genius was a disciple of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village, one of the 7 major factions of the ancient Zhao God dynasty. The stopper of the gourd was directly blown open by an invisible force. A wisp of black qi instantly spread out and turned into a dragon snake that circled around him, firmly protecting him. The cultivation of the Yuling Mountain Villa was related to spirits. They believed that all things in the world had spirits, whether they were dead or alive. Therefore, their cultivation was to extract spirits from all things and then refine them into their own spirits. Usually, the Yuling Mountain Villa would be nurtured in the Yuling Mountain Gourd. When they needed to use it, they could summon it out and release amazing power. The strength of the disciples of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village was closely related to their own spirits. As he got closer, he saw that it wasn't a ghost. It was a tree with dense branches. It was 1,000 meters tall and took root in the ground. It was very majestic, as if it was connected to the sky and the earth. It was as if it had pierced into the void. Endless demonic power spread out from the 1,000-meter-tall dark tree, suppressing all directions. It was like a world of its own. Great treasure. The eyes of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village's disciple suddenly shone with incomparable light. What was the purpose of entering the great dark sky empire? First, it was to obtain the demonic bloodline of the great dark sky empire. The higher the level of the bloodline, the better. It would also be good if they could obtain the demonic soul. It would be best if they could obtain the bloodline and the corresponding demonic soul. Then it would be a complete set. Second, it was for all kinds of resources which would affect their future cultivation resources. Why was he being hunted down? It was because he had refined the demonic bloodline. Unfortunately, it took time to integrate the demonic bloodline, and it would take a long time. It could be as short as a year or as long as a few years. Otherwise, if he could successfully integrate it in a short time, then he would have already started to integrate it, and his strength would have increased significantly. Right now, the 1,000-meter-tall dark tree seemed to have pierced into the void. It gave him an incomparably deep feeling, as if it contained endless power. He believed that it must be a great treasure, an invaluable treasure. If he could take it away, he would definitely be able to sell it for a shocking price in the ancient divine dynasty. It would not be a dream to get a few dozen divine essences. A few dozen divine essences, even if it was only 20 or 30 divine essences, it would be enough to exchange for better resources and further enhance the power of his own spirit. The disciples of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village learned all about their spirits. The stronger their spirits were, the stronger they would be. Suddenly, the disciple of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village realized that the 1,000-meter-tall dark tree in front of him was extremely powerful. The spirit contained in it must be very strong. If he could refine it and integrate the spirit into his own spirit, then what would it be like? Wouldn't it cause the might of his spirit commandeering to increase explosively, causing his own strength to increase explosively? Since that was the case, why would he go through so much trouble to take it away and sell it in the ancient divine dynasty in exchange for resources? Wasn't his ultimate goal to strengthen his own spirit and thus increase his own strength? After understanding this, the disciple of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village immediately controlled his spirit to fly forward. The dragon snake made of black smoke danced and let out a faint but vigorous roar, directly rushing towards the 1,000-meter-tall dark tree. As soon as it got close, the dragon snake immediately let out a series of roars, full of excitement. The Yuling possessed a certain level of intelligence. Thus, it could sense how strong the spirit within the huge tree of darkness was. It was as vast and mighty as a true sun. It was boundlessly domineering, as boundless as the sea, causing the Yuling dragon snake's 10-meter-long body to tremble. As the master of the Imperial Spirit Dragon Snake, this person also felt it. He felt that the strength of the spirit contained in the dark tree before him was simply indescribable. It was much stronger than the Imperial Spirit that he had sensed from the strongest person in the Imperial Spirit Mountain Villa. Ha! The man couldn't help but laugh. This was an opportunity, an unprecedented opportunity. As long as he completely refined the spirit of the dark tree, his spirit would be strengthened to an immeasurable level, even surpassing the strongest master of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village, and even surpassing all the masters of the ancient divine dynasty under the demigod realm. The dragon snake instantly flew to the huge dark tree and entrenched itself on one of the branches. It opened its huge mouth and directly bit on it, starting to devour the spirit of the dark tree. This method seemed so simple and crude, but after many generations of modifications by the masters of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village, it was finally perfected. It seemed simple, but it was actually very efficient. Strands of spirit were immediately absorbed from the dark tree and swallowed by the dragon snake. Feeling the aura of his own spirit growing stronger, the man couldn't help but laugh. Delightful, too delightful. Suddenly, something strange happened. As if it was enraged, the 1,000-meter-tall dark tree suddenly shook, as if it had awakened. It emitted a terrifying demonic aura. A branch abruptly lashed out, inevitably hitting the Yuling dragon snake. Without any resistance, the Yuling dragon snake was directly smashed into pieces. As soon as the dragon snake was shattered, the disciple of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village trembled as if he was struck by lightning, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Just beside him, the dragon snake gathered again, but it seemed to be a little weaker, and its aura was also a little weaker. Who dares to disturb this god's sleep? A low voice suddenly sounded, as if it came from the endless depths of the earth, or from the sky, or from the boundless void. The voice contained a supreme power, directly descending, causing the disciple of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Village to tremble all over. His thoughts turned, and his face suddenly changed. Calling himself this god, and emitting such a terrifying power, could it be a demigod master of the demigod clan? Didn't they say that there were no more demigod masters in the Dark Sky Empire? Was it not a demigod? Was it just a stronger demigod, such as a demigod master? Although he was a bit lucky, there was still a voice in his heart that kept ringing. A demigod that was a sleeping demigod, a demigod that was awakened by him. Chapter 33-36. Demon God. A demon god was equivalent to a demigod of the human clan and the origin clan. What kind of existence was that? What kind of existence was that? Shivering. The disciple of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Villa was shivering all over. That chill was spreading all over his body, almost freezing him to death. The 1,000-meter-tall dark tree was constantly shaking. Its branches were waving like hands and feet. A terrifying and boundless chi was wreaking havoc in all directions. It was like a giant beast that had been sleeping for a long time had awoken. It was earth-shattering. The entire underground cave was shaking as if it was about to collapse. The disciple of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Villa, who had come back to his senses, was terrified. He immediately unleashed all of his strength. The weakened Imperial Spirit Dragon Snake was also added to his body in an instant. It circled around him as if it had fused into one. It turned into a phantom and rushed towards the source of the sound with incomparable speed. Even though he knew that a group of demonic cultivators was chasing after him, he didn't dare to stop at all. The difference between a group of demon kings and an awakened demon god was too great. Even 1,000 or 10,000 demon kings couldn't compare to an awakened demon god. The difference was like heaven and earth. However, the 1,000-meter-tall dark tree suddenly trembled. A branch instantly pierced through the air like a sharp spear. It was extremely fast, as if it had crossed the limits of time and space in an instant. It directly pierced through the phantom of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Villa's disciple. No! The disciple of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Villa's expression changed drastically. He frantically struggled and unleashed all of his strength. He even ignited the Imperial Spirit Dragon Snake and burned it directly in exchange for even more strength. However, it was useless. All of his resistance seemed to be very weak. There seemed to be a gurgling sound, as if something was being swallowed. The disciple of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Villa's body rapidly shriveled up. In the end, he turned into ashes and scattered all over the place. Tens of thousands of branches danced endlessly. Each branch seemed to have come alive, as if they all had a certain level of spirituality. Rumbling sounds continuously resounded. The entire underground cave was shaking unceasingly. At the entrance of the underground cave, there were 7 Devil King-level powerhouses continuously diving downwards. They were powerhouses from a large clan, and they were chasing after the Imperial Spirit Mountain Villa's disciple who was disguised as a Devil King. Suddenly, they felt the underground cave tremble, and their expressions changed greatly. Retreat. The leader of the Demon Kings felt the underground cave trembling as if it was about to collapse. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately issued an order. Retreat. After all, they were already a few thousand meters underground. If the tunnel were to collapse, the force of the explosion would be terrifying. Even though they were not weak, under the might of the explosion, there was a high chance that they would be killed by the shockwaves. Retreat. Let's retreat first. As for the pursuers, I don't care. I believe that with the strength of the pursuers, only death awaits them in this sinkhole. Even if they don't die, it will be difficult for them to come out alive. But in the next moment, numerous branches pierced towards them as if they were piercing through space. They were like peerless assassins that had been lying in ambush in the surroundings for a long time and had seized that fleeting opportunity to explode out with the most tyrannical, precise, and ruthless strike in their entire lives. They were caught off guard and were extremely tyrannical as they directly assassinated them. No one could avoid it, and they couldn't even react in time. In the blink of an eye, the 7 demon kings were pierced through by the vines and devoured into dried corpses. In the depths of the underground cave, the 1,000-meter-tall dark giant began to shrink. In the end, it shrank to about 3 meters and transformed into a stalwart figure. That figure stood in the underground cave, and from the sky above, chunks of earth and rocks fell like a torrential downpour. Every piece of rock was extremely heavy, and when they landed on the ground, they immediately smashed holes and cracks in the ground. Rocks fell from the sky with terrifying force from the 1,000-meter-high ceiling. It was like a meteor falling from the sky, directly smashing towards that 3-meter-tall figure. But before it could even get close, it suddenly disappeared when it was still a few meters away, as if it had evaporated without a trace. A terrifying, formless flame aura continued to burn on that stalwart figure, as if it was going to incinerate everything in the surroundings, turning it into a vacuum and nothingness. His closed eyes opened in an instant. His extremely black pupils were high up in the sky like a god looking down on the world, indifferent to everything, as if he was looking down on all living things as if they were mere mayflies. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly spread out from that stalwart figure, soaring into the sky. This place was 10,000 meters deep underground, but that aura instantly penetrated the 10,000 meters thick layer of earth and rocks, directly appearing on the surface and soaring into the sky. In an instant, it turned into a huge dark tree that was 10,000 meters tall, standing between heaven and earth and emanating an unparalleled dark aura that was boundlessly majestic. This aura was so overwhelming that it seemed to cover a part of the world. Not long after, in the deepest part of the Dark Sky Empire's royal family, an aura suddenly spread out, turning into a huge darkness that covered the sky, as if it covered the sun. Its aura was also extremely tyrannical and shocking. Far away in the far west of the Dark Sky Empire, there were icebergs that stood tall. The iceberg at the center was 10,000 meters high, towering above the earth and under the sky, not melting for thousands of years. Suddenly, it seemed that, as if sensing something, a little darkness spread out from the deepest part of this huge iceberg, gradually spreading out, and soon filling the entire iceberg. Kacha, 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 sounds continued to ring out, and cracks appeared on the huge iceberg. Finally, it shattered, and a stalwart figure sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by wisps of dark aura, as if the dark cold air was condensed, turning into layers and layers that swept across the celestial pole. The demon emperor-level powerhouses of the Dark Sky Empire felt these three auras for the first time, and their expressions changed greatly, becoming extremely solemn. This is, in the depths of the Dark Sky Empire's royal family, an old demon opened his turbid eyes, emitting a rich light. He was very old, so old that he was about to die. But when he opened his eyes, an incomparably shocking aura suddenly burst out, extremely tyrannical. He was a top demon emperor-level powerhouse, the Ancestor's aura. It's the Ancestor's aura. Excited, this old demon emperor was extremely excited. The Ancestor had disappeared for many years, and he thought that the Ancestor had fallen. He did not expect that the Ancestor was still alive, and that kind of excitement could not be described with words. In the Dark Sky Empire, in the Shumu clan, which was ranked second in the Dark Sky Empire, when the two demon emperors felt that tyrannical aura, which came from the same source, but was much more powerful, they suddenly trembled, and after looking at each other, their eyes burst out with incomparable excitement and with a bit of disbelief. Ancestor. That was clearly the aura of the Shumu clan's ancestor. Still alive, the Ancestor was still alive. Demon God. In the Dark Sky Empire, 3 demon gods woke up from their endless slumber. After the 3 demon gods woke up, their auras came into contact with each other, and the ancestor of the Shumu clan also woke up from the underground cave. It was the demon god that had awakened in the underground cave. He had shared all the information he had obtained with the demon god of Mahakala and the demon god of eternal ice. I did not expect that such a long time had passed since we went into slumber. The Dark Sky demon god's voice was low and with a bit of shock. From the demonic universe era to the current chaotic universe era, many universe eras had passed, and how long was a universe era? It was hard to say, as different universe eras existed for long and short periods, but even the short ones could exist for tens of millions of years, and the long ones could even exceed 100 million years. Unexpectedly, they chose to go into slumber when the demonic universe era was on the verge of destruction, and when they woke up again, it was already countless years later. Moreover, the demonic universe era could not withstand the destruction, but there were still fragments that remained. The Dark Sky Empire. This was the empire that the Dark Sky Demon God had created back then. Outsiders, how dare you disguise yourselves as our people and sneak into our world to steal our bloodline? They deserve to die. The Eternal Ice Demon God was furious. His voice contained shocking coldness and murderous intent, as if he wanted to destroy all life. Now, many people have disguised themselves as our people and sneaked into the empire. Find them first the Shamu clan's ancestor, eternal ice demon god, said solemnly. The three demon gods were filled with shocking, murderous intent and anger. During their slumber, even their empire had become a hunting ground for other races. Even if there were demon gods, no demigods among the other races, their anger could not be quelled. Immediately, the three devil gods issued orders for the entire Dark Sky Kingdom to begin a thorough investigation. The Dark Sky Kingdom was in a state of panic, and the geniuses of the ancient divine dynasty who were still in the Dark Sky Kingdom had a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, different people made different choices. Some went into hiding, while others left immediately. Some of them managed to escape, but some of them were caught, and their identities were exposed. The three demon gods had just woken up from their endless slumber, and their strength had not recovered yet. So, they first recovered their strength, and left everything else to the Empire and the various forces to deal with. Let's split up and escape. Whoever can escape will depend on luck, Bai Yi said to Jing Wuxue. The two of them had not left until now. They had gained a lot, or rather a lot. During this period of time, their strength had increased significantly. However, they had not reached the Demon Emperor level. It should be said that they had reached the peak of the Demon King level, and were only a step away from reaching the Demon Emperor level. With such strength, even if they met an ordinary Demon Emperor level, they could still hold their own for a while. However, they were definitely no match for a Demon Emperor. However, compared to when they first entered the Dark Sky Empire, their strength had indeed increased significantly, and they had become stronger. Now, the two of them were being chased by a group of Demon King level experts, and many of them were at the peak of the Demon King level. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. What had gone wrong to cause such a thing to happen? One should know that such a situation had never happened before. Now, in the face of the pursuers, the two of them were under too much pressure. They could only split up and let the pursuers scatter. It would depend on their luck. Chapter 33-37. At the divine gate of the ancient divine dynasty, a great formation was operating continuously. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the formation out of thin air. A thought swept across and locked onto the figure. After checking that the figure was fine, the person withdrew his thought. Then, another figure appeared. Several figures appeared one after another. They were all geniuses from the Dark Sky Empire. Basically, they were forced to leave the Dark Sky Empire and return to the ancient divine dynasty because they were being hunted down. However, it didn't feel anything wrong. It was normal to be hunted down. Over the years, they had stayed in the Dark Sky Empire to kill the Demon Kings to extract their bloodlines and snatch their resources. They had fought dozens of battles to the death. It wasn't the first time they were hunted down, so it wasn't strange for them to be hunted down again. However, this time, the hunting force was a little too strong. It was so strong that they had to find a chance to escape. They didn't know that the demon gods had awakened, and they didn't know that the demon gods had found out about their disguises. After dozens of years, leaving the Dark Sky Empire and returning to the ancient divine dynasty was a very common thing. It didn't cause any alarm. Another person appeared in the formation. He had an arrogant expression on his face, and a smile could be seen on his face. He was a genius from the ancient divine reflection sect. A powerful will swept over and landed on him. He passed the test and stepped out of the formation. Bai Hao. This person was Bai Hao, a fellow clansman of Bai Yi. Before entering the Dark Sky Empire, he had threatened Qinzong and Jing Wuxue, telling them not to help Bai Yi. Bai Hao was excited because he had struck gold this time. He had found a drop of blood in the Dark Sky Empire by chance. It was a drop of blood that contained unparalleled power. It was as if there was an endless amount of godly power rolling out from it. Bai Hao knew that he had earned big this time. That drop of blood was absolutely extraordinary, and it had a great effect on him. It was a feeling that came from the deepest part of his heart. After handing over an ordinary demon bloodline, Bai Hao left in a hurry. He wanted to fuse with that drop of blood. That was definitely an extremely high-level bloodline. Inside the secret chamber, Kun activated the formation to conceal his presence. With a flip of his hand, a drop of blood the size of a duck's egg appeared in his palm. The drop of blood did not scatter on Kun's palm. Instead, it condensed into a ball that was as thick as mercury. The drop of blood was completely black. It was so black that it looked like an abyss. It made people feel an indescribable throbbing from the deepest part of their hearts. Stared at the drop of blood and felt the power contained in it. It was so strong that he couldn't measure it. What level of bloodline is this? Baihao's voice was filled with indescribable excitement. Could it be elite level? No, it didn't feel like it was an elite bloodline. Could it be a peak bloodline that was even higher than the elite bloodline? No one in the ancient god dynasty had ever obtained a top-notch bloodline. The higher the level of the bloodline, the more significant the increase in power and potential after the fusion. It was like the initial potential. The drop of blood was extremely dark. It was so dark that it attracted Baihao's mind and will. He couldn't help but swallow it. It went down his throat. An indescribable heat spread out in his body. The heat was just an illusion. It was really cold. It was so cold that it turned into an illusion of heat. Baihao felt that his body was on fire, and he was about to melt. He activated his cultivation technique and started to refine the bloodline. Strands of dark aura gradually spread out from Baihao's body. Soon, it filled the entire secret chamber. Darkness descended and swallowed everything. Time flew by slowly. Day after day, month after month. Sometimes, there were people who escaped from the Dark Sky Empire. However, there were also people who couldn't escape and were kept there forever. Those who escaped all gained something. They each handed in an ordinary demon bloodline and started to cultivate in seclusion to fuse with their demon bloodline. It wasn't easy to fuse with the demon bloodline. It would take at least a year or a few years. The stronger the demon bloodline, the longer it would take to fuse with it. After all, during the process of fusion, one had to avoid being dominated by the will in the bloodline. Instead, one had to suppress, crush, and disperse the will. Only then would one not be affected and lose oneself. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the will in it. However, Baihao only took half a year to successfully refine the drop of blood in the bloodline. Paramount Class Bloodline. Baihao's heart was filled with excitement. He had never imagined that he would obtain a Paramount Class bloodline. Ordinary, Elite, Top, and Supreme bloodline. Until now, no one in the 3 divine dynasties had obtained the top bloodline, let alone the supreme bloodline. He didn't know that Shunzong had obtained the top bloodline. After fusing with the supreme bloodline, it meant that he was standing at the peak of his potential. Baihao was excited as he felt the power in his body. It was an extremely powerful power. During the process of refining the drop of blood, he didn't encounter any obstacles. It didn't even contain any willpower. Because of this, he was able to refine it in just half a year. The most difficult part of refining the bloodline was the will in it. Baihao's eyes were dark and boundless like an abyss. It was like a black hole that could devour everything. It was extremely terrifying. The corner of his mouth curled up and his face was filled with an evil smile. Powerful. An extremely powerful force surged in his body. It was a powerful force that could suppress and devour everything. It was indescribable. Once it was released, it would definitely shake the heavens and earth. Now, I have the strength of a saint-surpassing realm. Baihao's lips curled into an insolent smile. There were less than 10 saint-surpassing realm experts in the entire ancient divine dynasty. Any one of them was extremely powerful. He had seen the 2 saint-surpassing realm experts in the Holy Gate. Their power was boundless. Now, he wanted to become one of them. Then, he would release his own strength first and see how far he could go. With a loud bang, strands of black runes spread out on Baihao's body. In the blink of an eye, they covered every inch of his body. His eyes were dark and deep. The aura around him was extremely violent and deep. It was as if he had turned into a large mass of darkness that could devour everything. The Mahakala bloodline. It was the bloodline. It was the number one bloodline in the Mahakala Empire. The Mahakala Emperor bloodline was also the Mahakala demon god's bloodline. When the bloodline reached its peak, the formation that was running nonstop seemed to be unable to withstand its power. It couldn't help but tremble as if it was about to collapse under the overbearing aura. Just as the formation was about to collapse from the pressure, the aura stopped and began to converge. Baihao's eyes seemed to have changed as well. Is this the so-called ancient divine dynasty of the human race? A strange voice suddenly sounded from Baihao's mouth. His aura seemed to have changed as well. It was different from before. His eyes were aloof and indifferent like a god, looking down on the common people as if they were ants. Bai Heng had become a completely different person. He was no longer the Bai Heng from before. That drop of blood was the blood that the great dark sky demon god had purposely allowed Bai Heng to obtain. It was blood that had been processed. It was blood that had been purposely left behind by a demon god. The means that it contained was not something that Bai Heng could see through. Now, Bai Hao's body had been taken over, and he had become a doppelganger of the Mahakala demon god. This was the plan of the three awakened demon gods of the Mahakala Empire. As they had been sleeping for too long, they had used up a lot of their strength. Now, they needed to recover. However, in the new era of the universe, they had dared to disguise themselves as members of the demonic race and sneak into their empire. It was unforgivable. Regardless of whether it was revenge or further development, they had to enter the new universe. Only then could the demonic race further develop and pass on their legacy. His original body remained in the Mahakala Empire to recover his strength, while he created a doppelganger to enter the new universe and look for opportunities. Not only him, but Eternal Ice Demon God and Eternal Demon God would also act together. However, he didn't know if they had succeeded. However, according to the memories of the human race that the three demon gods had obtained, it shouldn't be difficult for them to succeed. Plan. Although they were furious and filled with killing intent, they still needed a plan. This was because in the memories of the human race, there were many demigods in the new universe. Demigods were equivalent to demon gods. They only had 3 demon gods, so it wouldn't be easy for them to enter the new universe. They were trespassers, so the demigods wouldn't just sit by and watch. They needed an opportunity. They needed a suitable opportunity for the Mahakala Empire to descend into the new universe and spread the word. This opportunity couldn't be waited for. It had to be created and fought for. This was also the reason why the 3 demon gods in the Mahakala Empire didn't hesitate to expend their own strength and pay a certain price to create a doppelganger. The Mahakala demon god had already devoured everything of Bai Hao, so he knew all of Bai Hao's memories. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for him to disguise himself as Bai Hao. However, in order to avoid being discovered, he decided to leave. Before he left, he had to find the doppelganger of Eternal Demon God and Eternal Ice Demon God. It would be best if they acted together. With special means, the doppelganger of the Mahakala Demon God did find the doppelganger of Eternal Demon God and Eternal Ice Demon God. Without hesitation, the 3 of them immediately applied to go out and gain experience. It wasn't anything special for the people of the 3 divine dynasties to go out and gain experience. It had been like this for generations. It was fine as long as they didn't cause any chaos in the human race's territory. Otherwise, the 3 divine dynasties wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Chapter 33-38. After passing through the mysterious and majestic door, 3 figures appeared on the huge circular platform. They looked at each other, and there was joy in each other's eyes. In the next moment, the 3 figures burst out at an amazing speed and left the circular platform in an instant, appearing in the distant void. It is indeed a new universe. An extremely cold voice came from Bai Hao, still very immature. The body occupied by the Eternal Darkness Demon God was a disciple of the Spirit Sword sect named Long Qi. The disciples of the Spirit Sword sect were supposed to give people a feeling of lightness and elegance, as if they were immortals. However, at this moment, Long Chi's body lacked that lightness and elegance. Instead, it was more forceful and gloomy. My clan will take root here, prosper again, and become the master of this universe. The body occupied by the eternal frost demon god was a member of the Seven Kills Tower. He wore a mysterious silver-gray mask, and his aura was extremely cold. I feel it. It is the bloodline curse seal of my clan. The eternal demon god who occupied Long Chi's body suddenly spoke. His tone was cold and murderous. Bloodline curse seal. The great black sky demon god and the eternal frost demon god were very clear about what this meant. It meant that someone had killed the bloodline descendant of the eternal demon god. Moreover, the descendant was of a very high bloodline. Thus, the bloodline curse seal was planted. If it was just an ordinary bloodline descendant, it would not be enough to form the bloodline curse seal. I will kill this person, the eternal demon god said. As soon as his voice fell, he immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared before the eyes of the great black sky demon god and the eternal frost demon god. The great black sky demon god and the eternal frost demon god did not stop him. After watching the eternal demon god's body leave, they also took action. First, they entered this universe and further understood everything in this universe. Then, they waited for an opportunity to find the right place and time to lead the descent of the great black sky empire. This would allow the Demon Man clan to truly return to the universe, take root in the universe, and finally dominate this universe. For the continuation, inheritance, and development of their race, they could not afford to be careless at any step. After all, there were quite a number of demigod-level powerhouses in this universe. Once they realized that something was amiss, they would definitely take action. By then, the plan of Mahakala's descent might fail. Chunzong obtained another batch of chaotic divine gems. Without holding anything back, he threw the millions of chaotic divine gems into the fragment of world. He let the pure vital chi inside the fragment of world nourish the fragment of world, causing the fragment of world to expand and strengthen. Cultivators had to obtain chaotic divine crystals because it was related to their own cultivation. It was just like how money was to ordinary people. Without money, how would they be able to live? It would be difficult for them to move a single step and might even starve to death. The more powerful a cultivator was, the faster they could obtain chaotic divine gems. In the past, Chunzong would have to go through a lot of danger and time to obtain a few million chaotic divine gems. But now, a few million chaotic divine gems were nothing to Chunzong. All he had to do was enter a chaotic level forbidden area and plunder the treasures there. For example, the light flame origin in the Great Light Flame Mountain could easily be sold for millions of chaotic divine crystals. The problem now was not how fast Chunzong and Yunyinshin could obtain chaotic divine gems, but the restriction caused by the environment. To use an analogy, the most valuable thing in the Great Light Flame Mountain was the light flame origin. A single light flame origin was worth a few million chaotic divine gems. To the cultivators in the outside world, it was definitely a huge fortune. It was a fortune that true God Realm Masters did not possess. However, the birth of the light flame origin required a long time. It was normal for it to take a few decades or even 100 years. Moreover, there would not be many of them born at once. Sometimes there would be only one, sometimes there would be a few. In short, it was quite rare. Even if there were 100 light flame origins, Chunzong could get them without any danger. However, the problem was that there was none. There was not even one light flame origin left. It was this restriction that caused Chunzong to only obtain a few million chaotic divine gems over the years. Otherwise, it would not be difficult to obtain tens of millions of chaotic divine gems. Chunzong frowned suddenly. He could vaguely feel a deep and obscure murderous intent permeating from a void. However, it was so strong and sharp that the moment it appeared, it made his hair stand on end. Who was it? Whose murderous intent was this? Where did this murderous intent come from? Chunzong's mind spun in an instant. It was faster than lightning as he analyzed and speculated all kinds of things. Given his current strength, which was at the limitless transcending saint realm, there were very few people who could give him such a sense of danger. Even if the Divine Brilliance great emperor of the Divine Brilliance dynasty unleashed his full strength, it would be difficult to give him such a strong sense of danger. Then what kind of existence was it? Was it a demigod? He did not have any grudges with any demigod, right? It seemed that he had not taken the initiative to provoke any demigod, so they had no reason to attack him. Aside from the demigod, who could give him such a strong and soul-stirring sense of danger. For a moment, Chunzong's mind kept flashing. Countless thoughts flew past, but he could not think of who it was. Suddenly, Chunzong thought of Lord Xianyan, whom he had killed. Could it be that the demigod ancestor of the Xianyan Divine Palace wanted to avenge Lord Xianyan and wanted to attack him? However, it should not be. Chunzong did not know the temperament of a demigod, but he was sure that different demigods had different temperaments. Perhaps his guess was possible. However, if it was a demigod who wanted to attack him, the sense of danger would definitely not stop there. It would not give him such a terrifying feeling, but it did not give him the feeling of a catastrophe. It seemed that he could resist it. If it was a demigod who attacked him, could he resist it? The more he cultivated and comprehended, the more Chunzong felt that a demigod, even if his strength could reach the limit of the surpassing sage realm, was not sure that he could face a demigod. Or the coming crisis was not man-made, but a disaster? Nianxin, you go into the world fragment first, Chunzong said to Nianxin while thinking. Nianxin was slightly stunned. Then she looked at Chunzong and nodded. She did not ask anything. Don't worry. Chunzong smiled and put Nianxin into the world fragment. In this way, even if there was a crisis, he could deal with it better. After all, although Nianxin's current strength had reached the peak of the Demon King realm, which was only one step away from the Demon Overlord realm, it was still not enough. This strength was at most a match for an ordinary Demon Overlord realm. It was still too weak. After letting Nianxin enter the world fragment, Chunzong also put away the world fragment and protected it firmly. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then, no matter what the crisis was, whether it was a disaster or a strong enemy, if it was inevitable, then it would come. Chunzong did not wait in place. Instead, he flew into the depths of the universe void, away from those cities. If there was really a strong enemy attacking, a battle was bound to break out. If he was too close to the cities of the human race and the origin race, he might be affected and damaged because of the strong aftermath of the battle. Even the defenses of the chaos-level cities could not completely withstand the power of the ultimate transcending saint realm. Time flew by swiftly. Not only did that feeling of danger not vanish along with Chunzong's flight, it grew stronger and stronger instead. Until one day, Chunzong felt as if traces of burning heat were rising from his neck, and he faintly felt a piercing pain. Chunzong was instantly stunned, and a wisp of disbelief flashed within his eyes. Bloodline Curse Seal. It was the Bloodline Curse Seal that reacted. What did this have to do with the approaching crisis? Chunzong would not forget that this Bloodline Curse Seal came from Shu Muyuan in the Dark Sky Empire, and then it was strengthened by a demon overlord of the Shu Muyuan clan. However, the Dark Sky Empire belonged to the demon overlord realm of the universe era. It was not in the same universe era as the chaotic universe. It was not the difference of time and space. Because of this, the Bloodline Curse Seal did not have any effect on Chunzong. Therefore, Chunzong did not care much. Why did the Bloodline Curse Seal react like this now? What was going on? For a moment, Chunzong thought of many things. Intuitively speaking, if the Bloodline Curse Seal reacted, then the pursuer should be related to the Bloodline Curse Seal. However, the Shumyuan clan was related to the Bloodline Curse Seal. The Shumyuan clan was in the Dark Sky Empire, and the Dark Sky Empire was in the Demon Overlord realm of the universe era of the Demon Overlord realm. Could it be that the experts of the Shu Miyuan clan came out of the Dark Sky Empire? Chenzong could not help guessing, but he dismissed this guess. First, there was a demigod in the ancient god dynasty. Once they appeared, they would be locked on by the demigod's mind to check. Second, the most powerful experts of the Shu Miyuan clan were demon overlords, and at most, they were limit demon overlords. Chunzong was also at the limit demon overlord level, so he should not have felt such a strong sense of danger. Chunzong did not know what was going on, but he was sure that he was in trouble, big trouble. He could not figure it out. Since he could not avoid it, then he had to face it head on. If he wanted to kill him, then he was an enemy. If he was an enemy, then he would kill him. Chunzong did not leave, but stood in the void, waiting for the arrival of the person who brought him such a strong sense of danger. He also wanted to see who it was. This place was already at the edge of the original human territory. Everything around it was empty and empty, as if nothing existed. It was extremely far away from the cities. Even if a fierce battle erupted here, its aura would not be able to reach the nearest city through such a long distance. It would be impossible for people to sense it, not to mention that the shockwaves from the battle were too strong and would endanger the safety of those cities. Breath adjustment. Chunzong slowly operated his own cultivation method, and an extremely vigorous mixed yuan heart force was constantly operating in his body. It was at its most condensed and peak state at all times. The next moment, Chunzong's eyes suddenly narrowed, emitting a cold light as he stared ahead. Here it comes. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.